This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. The headlines: River State government assigns portfolios to 5 newly sworn-in commissioners. ADC criticizes Governor Siminalayi Fubara's silence over alleged attack on former Transportation Minister Rotimi Amechi. CBN bars loan defaulters from new credit. On the foreign scene, China pledges $200,000 aid to families of students killed in Iran's school strike. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. A River State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has convicted and sentenced 3 people, including Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barisanga, to death by hanging. The court, presided over by Justice Augusta Chukwu, also convicted Loveday Lega to life imprisonment for belonging to a secret cult group whose activities led to the murder of a pharmacist, Mwenalu Sunday, from Zakbo community in Kana local government area of the state. Justice Chukwu convicted and sentenced Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barisanga to death by hanging for conspiracy, cultism, kidnapping, and murder of pharmacist Mwenalu Sunday, an incident which happened on the 5th of March 2019 in Zakbo community. Justice Chukwu, in her judgment, held that the prosecution proved that its case of conspiracy, cultism, kidnapping, and murder against Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barisanga, and that of cultism against Loveday Lega. The judge ruled that with confessional statements and evidence before the court, the suspects, who are members of the Iceland secret cult, actually conspired, kidnapped, and murdered their victim, severed his head and other sensitive organs, and dumped his remains in a pit, while the head was taken to their shrine in a bush in a neighboring community. She held that while Loveday Lega should spend his entire life in prison, Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barisanga, should be hanged on their neck until they are confirmed dead. Today FM correspondent reports that while counsel to the convict declined comment on the judgment, the prosecution counsel Precious Odu, Chief State Counsel from the River State Ministry of Justice, commended the judge for a thorough job, which he described as a proof of justice to both the dead and the living.
4 count charges of conspiracy, kidnapping, cultism, and murder, wherein a pharmacist was kidnapped and subsequently killed at Zakbo community in Kana local government. The judgment today is really a good one. We commend the judge for a thorough work she did. It has been a hectic one from when we started to date. We really thank God that finally the matter came to an end. Sure, by now, if the dead also see, we've also seen what we have done on our part from the state, and that we have also fulfilled why we are called and also employed by River State government. And today, the judge, in its wisdom, has convicted the 4 defendants.
On her part, the wife of the deceased, Pretty Newa Sunday, expressed happiness over the judgment, saying it will make the soul of her late husband rest in peace.
It's my beloved husband. I love her so much, and he loved me. They reap the thing them be so, because they kill my husband without nothing, without experience. Say this thing and this thing the man do, they just kill the man like that, behead the man with remain 2 kids. And the thing who pay me is that I'm a sickler, and only my husband know how to carry me along. But today I'm become widow that are not planned to be a widow. My husband not sick, but I give glory to God today, who created heaven and the earth, and who created Sunday Mwenalu.
The River State government has assigned portfolios to 5 newly sworn-in commissioners in a bid to strengthen governance and accelerate development across key sectors. The commissioners and their respective portfolios are Tony Belgam as Commissioner for Special Projects, Professor Temple Nwofo for Works, Peter Swago for Education, Lekwe Kenneth for Finance and Budget, and Amaria Edward Hart for Urban Development and Physical Planning. The appointments are expected to enhance the effective implementation of government policies and programs across critical sectors, including infrastructure, education, finance, and urban development, supporting the state's broader development agenda. The Secretary of the African Democratic Congress ADC Contact and Monitoring Committee, Chizi Enyi, has criticized the silence of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara over the reported attack on former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi. Speaking during a television program, Enyi said the governor's silence on the incident was doing more harm than good, considering his position as the chief security officer of the state. According to him, the state government's failure to clearly address the matter raises concerns about the security situation in Rivers State. He further noted that the ongoing political disagreement between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and Governor Fubara should not be allowed to affect security matters in the state. He warned that residents may begin to hold Wike accountable for security-related issues if the situation persists, stressing that political differences should not undermine the safety of opposition figures. He also emphasized that protecting opposition voices and promoting political tolerance remain part of the responsibilities of the administration of President Bola Tinubu at the federal level.
Nigerians should tell President Tinubu that we are also part of this earth and we are also Nigerians. Protecting us is part of his duties as the president. You could also tell Sir Siminalayi Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, that his silence in Rivers State is constituting more harm than good to his governance. He is the governor, he is the governor. He should rise up to expectation to protect lives and properties. Because Wike is not in agreement with him does not mean we should hold Wike accountable in the governance of Rivers State. It's a no thing. Therefore, I'm calling on Nigerians to please rise up to expectation.
A prominent politician in Bayelsa State has criticized the formation of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, a new political party announced by former governor and senator representing Bayelsa West, Seriake Dixon, describing the move as unlikely to gain traction in the state. Chief Joseph Ambakadermo, a political activist and convener of the South-South Reawakening Group, said the party's prospects in Bayelsa were limited and questioned the reasons behind its creation. Dixon, a former member of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), recently announced its defection and the establishment of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), which he said would provide a new political platform. However, Ambakadermo, who hails from Sagbama local government area Bayelsa West, said the party would struggle to establish itself within the state's political landscape. In a statement obtained by Today.fm's correspondent, he warned that the move could introduce political tension in the state. According to him, the party is dead on arrival not only in Bayelsa State, but also across the wider South-South region. He urged Dixon to reconsider the decision and instead support the administration of Governor Doyediri, adding that smaller political platforms have historically struggled to gain influence in the region without strong alliances. Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court Abuja has fixed April 1 for the fresh arraignment of former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido over an alleged 1.3 billion naira corruption charge filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC). Lamido is expected to be arraigned alongside his two sons, Aminu and Mustafa, who are accused of committing the alleged fraud with their father through a fictitious contract award. The new date was fixed after Lamido and his sons failed to appear in court for their scheduled arraignment. Their counsel, Joe Agi, apologized for their absence, explaining that information about the trial was received late and the defendants, who reside in Kano State, could not make the trip to Abuja due to the short notice, but assured the court that they would appear on the adjourned date. However, counsel to the EFCC, Chile Okuruma, expressed surprise at the absence of the defendants, noting that they had been duly served with a trial notice. Justice Lifu described the EFCC's request as an administrative matter to be decided by the Chief Judge and subsequently adjourned the case to April 1 for arraignment. Meanwhile, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has nullified the October 30, 2025 judgment by Justice Obiora Egwatu of the Federal High Court Abuja, which had sacked House of Representatives member Abubakar Gumi. In a unanimous judgment, a three-member panel of the appellate court ruled that the trial court erred in declaring Gumi's seat vacant on the basis that he decamped from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressives Congress APC. Gumi, who represents the Gumi Bukuyum Federal Constituency of Zamfara State, cited the national leadership crisis within the PDP as a key reason for his defection. Justice Oyebiola Oyewumi, who held that Gumi had an inherent right to abandon his former party given the party's internal challenges, emphasized that a party member is entitled to seek a better platform if the current one compromises the ability to represent constituents or contest elections effectively. The appellate court allowed Gumi's appeal and set aside the Federal High Court judgment in the case filed by the PDP and its Zamfara State Chairman, Jamilu Jiboma Gayaki. Justice Oyewumi also awarded cost of 1 million naira against the PDP and Jiboma Gayaki in favor of Gumi. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. The Council of Legal Education has released a list of 114 universities approved to run law programs in Nigeria, warning that only institutions on the list are authorized to admit students into the Bachelor of Laws LLB degree. In a circular by the Council Secretary and Director of Administration, Aderonke Osho, the Council said the approval applies strictly to the listed universities and cautioned that any university running a law program without the Council's approval would face sanctions. It stressed that institutions operating outside the regulatory framework would be acting in violation of the rules guiding legal education in the country. The Council further warned that students admitted into unapproved law programs would not be eligible for admission into the Nigerian Law School, the mandatory institution responsible for professional legal training in Nigeria. The Council added that it would continue to update the list of approved universities in line with its mandate to regulate and maintain standards in legal education across Nigeria. State governments have called for a forensic audit of Nigeria's crude oil-backed borrowing arrangements following, or warning rather, that opaque crude for loan and swap deals could be undermining inflows into the Federation account. The demand was made by State Commissioners of Finance at the 2026 retreat of the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, Postmortem Subcommittee, where participants urged greater transparency and oversight of oil-backed financing agreements. The call followed disclosures that the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, pledged about 272,500 barrels of crude oil per day to service loans worth $8.86 billion under several crude for loan arrangements. In a communique issued after the retreat held in Enugu, participants recommended that all crude oil-backed borrowing arrangements should be subjected to legislative approval, full disclosure, and independent audit. They also urged authorities to review existing agreements and conduct forensic audits to restore confidence and safeguard future Federation revenues. The meeting, which brought together fiscal authorities, state representatives, revenue agencies and policy experts, warned that persistent revenue leakages, opaque deductions and weak oversight were eroding funds available for distribution among the three tiers of government. Participants also raised concerns over quasi-fiscal deductions such as power sector subsidies, debt write-offs and operational costs removed at source before revenues reach the Federation account. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed banks to deny certain banking services and additional credit facilities to large borrowers with non-performing loans as part of efforts to strengthen credit discipline in the banking sector. According to a letter signed by the Director of Banking Supervision, Olubukola Akinwumi, borrowers whose loan facilities have been classified as non-performing and recorded in the Credit Risk Management System or any licensed private credit bureau will no longer be eligible to obtain additional credit from banks. The Apex Bank said the measure aims to reduce the risks posed by large borrowers whose loan defaults could threaten the stability of the financial system. It stated that such borrowers would also be denied banking instruments including letters of credit, bankers' confirmations, performance bonds, and advance payment guarantees. The restrictions apply to borrowers classified as large ticket obligors under the Prudential Guidelines for Deposit Money Banks. The CBN also directed banks to obtain additional realizable collateral from affected borrowers to secure existing loan exposures, noting that determinations will rely on data captured in the credit risk management system and reports from licensed credit bureaus. The directive reinforces an earlier circular issued by the Apex Bank in June 2024, barring loan defaulters from accessing new credit facilities within the banking system amid concerns over rising bad loans. Moving on now to the foreign scene, China has announced it would donate $200,000 in humanitarian assistance to families of students killed in a missile strike on a school in southern Iran during the early days of the Middle East war. The donation will be channeled through the Chinese Red Cross Society to the Iranian Red Crescent Society to provide condolences and compensation to parents of the victims. Tehran has accused the United States and Israel of carrying out the deadly attack, which Iranian media said killed at least 165 people, including many children. The reported death toll has not been independently verified, while a U.S. military investigation into the incident is currently underway. China's foreign ministry spokesman, Guo Jiakun, described the strike as an indiscriminate attack and a serious breach of international humanitarian law. He said attacks on schools and children violate fundamental human values and called for greater respect for international legal norms during conflicts. In sports, Iran has responded to Donald Trump's warning over the life and safety of its national team, insisting that no one can bar it from participating in the FIFA World Cup later this year. The Iranian team also questioned whether the United States should co-host the tournament if it cannot guarantee the safety of competing teams. Trump made the comments 2 days after assuring FIFA chief Gianni Infantino that Iranian players would be welcome, while emphasizing that he did not believe it was appropriate for Iran to participate for their own safety. In response, the Iranian team posted on social media that the World Cup is governed by FIFA, not by any individual or country. The statement praised the team's performance, noting that Iran was among the first to qualify for the tournament and reaffirmed that no country can exclude Iran from participating. The statement further criticized any host nation that cannot guarantee the safety of participating teams, implicitly referencing the joint hosts, the United States, Canada, and Mexico, amid the ongoing Middle East conflict triggered by U.S.-Israeli strikes on February 28. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The River State government has assigned portfolios to 5 newly sworn-in commissioners. The ADC has criticized Governor Siminalayi Fubara's silence over an alleged attack on former Transportation Minister Rotimi Amechi. We told you that CBN has barred loan defaulters from new credit. On the foreign scene, you also heard that China has pledged $200,000 aid to families of students who were killed in Iran school strike. And that's the news is edited by Stella Sasongo Okuri. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram and on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Uputu. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk.
a life well spent, but with sorrow in our hearts. We regret to announce the death of our father in the Lord, senior pastor, general overseer, colleague, and friend, late Reverend Dr. Songo Abel Samuel White, who transitions to glory on Wednesday, 5th November 2025. He was aged 59. The details for the service of songs and night of tributes are as follows. Date, Wednesday, 11th March 2026. The venue, number 33 Victoria Street, Old Port Harcourt Township. Time, 4 p.m. While the burial service will hold as follows. The date, Saturday, 14th March 2026. Venue, Nyemoni Stadium, Abonima, Akokotoru LGA. Time, 11 a.m. prompt. And this is signed by the Burial Planning Committee.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Six 22 p.m. You're still tuned to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Faustina. And at this moment, I have a guest in the studio, so we're going to have a conversation for the next 15 minutes, all right? So I have a guest, a gentleman that I haven't seen for, I can't remember now, but I think it was early last year that I saw him last. I think so. It was early last year. So I have a gentleman from G-Wing FX. Good evening, gentleman.
Good evening, madam.
How are you doing?
We are doing great.
Your smile is huge.
Wow.
It means you came with great news.
More than.
More than great news.
More than.
Okay. I don't know what that is then. Glad tidings.
Oh, yes. Very well.
Okay. All right. So G-Wing FX. Tell us about it. A brief background, and then we'll probably go into, the branches, the nitty-gritties as well.
I love the way you started. I'm also happy to see you again. Just as I said earlier, would I say you cover more of evening hours?
Yeah,
I do morning.
Afternoon, evening, yeah.
Nice to meet you again.
Nice to see you again.
Yes. Before I get started, there is this. We are here to talk about money once again. As usual, we do this monthly. But this particular one is unusual. There is this Mother Goose rhyme, which goes this way: to every ailment there is a remedy, or there is none. If there is anyone, try to find it. At the same time, if there is none, forget about it. So, to everything in life, there is a remedy. There is a solution. You see, when one is sick, the regular sickness, we have the malaria, you go meeting the doctor, they prescribe a particular drug for you. No matter, everything in life has a remedy. But at the same time, if there is none, forget about it. Now, that's how it is too. Poverty has a remedy. Financial crisis has a remedy. Whatever one is passing through has a remedy. But the only thing that is needed is the right information, the right skill, what to do and what not to do. But before having the right skill, or some of us will be like, oh, we'll be hearing about Forex, my brother's uncle, sister, this person close to me has done it, this one is doing well, this one, I don't know what is wrong with him. Now, it is not the hunter with the largest numbers of arrow that comes home with a large number of bushmeats and the rest. It requires skill. That indispensable skill. And that's what G-Wing FS has come to do. That's why every month we come here. We come sharing with us. I mean, last 2 weeks ago, the United States, in conjunction with the Israeli government, they fired into the Iranian government, sent some missiles, which caused casualties, which led to the death of the supreme leader of Iran. And since that time, the oil price, it happened on Saturday morning. On Friday, oil was around $76 per barrel. After the attack, oil rose close to $100, as even above $100. And all safe haven assets appreciated. Assets like gold went higher. Dollar has been buying and buying and buying since that time up until now. And more will still happen. Now, all these things are happening. During global crisis, the first thing that shifts is money. And not even the number of buildings being demolished, not the number of deaths, not the Strait of Hormuz being closed. The first thing that shifts is money. But you don't know how to capitalize and benefit from this shift in money. Since that time, I and my people, we've been buying the gold, we've been buying dollar. Even up till now, dollar has been appreciating. Dollar has been appreciating. That is because we have the right information. But you see, some traders have been trading. I don't know what to do. You're only doing technical analysis. You don't know the economic impact in the market. You can't do technical talking without knowing the economic impact. And you can't do the economic impact without knowing the technical background of the market. Not only that, having a right mentorship helps a lot, and it has been from a higher highs to higher highs. G-Wing FX is a company built brick by brick, block by block. That's why we hold our people by their hands, taking them to where they ought to be. And that's why we have this program coming up this Saturday.
That's tomorrow.
Which is tomorrow. 12 p.m. 52 Psychiatric Hospital Road, Rumi Boom. Now, this is going to feature 50 pips daily for 50 days. For those of them that listen to us, you know, I will mention these 50 pips daily for 50 days often. People don't understand what 50 pip is. People don't know how important this 50 pip is. During global crisis, that is the time we have volatilities in the market. 50 pips is still a child's play. But with 50 pips, with one standard lot, 50 pips will give you $500. With two standard lots, 50 pips will be giving you $1,000 and so forth. So it's going to feature that daily. Free scholarships. We are going to be giving out free scholarships for what is happening tomorrow. Free scholarships. Access, just coming to that seminar.
Scholarship to your training program.
For the training programs and others too.
It's very good that it's specified before people will be expecting scholarship to,
Yes, we also do that.
Oh, okay.
We also do that, yes.
Still for tomorrow?
Still for tomorrow, yes.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I said it's encompassing. It's encompassing. So just coming to that seminar, you have access to, you are privileged to have up to 1.8 million naira. 1.8 million naira. We also offer what is called fund management. Now, when a man doesn't know the right track, he tends to pass the wrong route, right? So most persons don't know what this fund management is. We've been coming, G-Wing FX have been coming here. I told my listeners last year that this same year I will still come here and I will still share with them, continue to share with them, right? So fund management is for people, they are not within the state, or they are outside, or they don't even want to listen to anything about forex, but they have the capital. They don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to amplify and make and earn more through what they have. We offer that with a minimum of $1,000. You have up to 8-9% every two weeks. Yes, we offer that. A transparent platform. right? So we offer what is called copy trades. We do that for our people too. We also expose you to what is called robotics, right? So G-Wing FX is a company that is certified by the EFCC, different CSC, and different regulatory bodies.
I was going to ask that.
Yes, different regulatory bodies. Yes, we have the certificates. We've been there for years. We've been coming here. All one needs to do is to send I do to 081 48 93 7861.
Slowly.
081 48 93 7861. I come again. 081 48 93 7861. That same tomorrow. Now, talking about risk in the market, how are we going to avert risk? Is there no risk in this business? How are we going to make sure there is no risk in this business? Note that I was once like you. If there is anybody that has been discouraged in this business, I am the one. I've been discouraged, yes, many years ago. Yes, to the point that I came online, I came to our platform, our YouTube platform. I broke our gadgets. I said, no, I'm not going to go back again. And that did not happen because I never had knowledge. That did not happen because I didn't have the advanced knowledge. I had certificates from different fields as the founder of G-Wing FX, before founding G-Wing FX, though. But the trajectory had to change when I got to know that we have black, that's why we have white. We have tall, that's why we have short. We have darkness, that's why we have light. I was making losses then. That was because there are people making profits. So if you have traded forex before and you are struggling, you are having difficulties, just know you are struggling because there are people succeeding. If there are if there is no one succeeding, making profit, you will not have anybody making losses.
So in essence, there are risks, all right?
Okay, talking about the risk, right? Yes, there are risks, but what limits the risk is your exposure and the knowledge. So over time, we've had this experience, even as the founder of G-Wing FX. So that is why we bring the experience to the table. You are coming to G-Wing FX. You are not just coming to start afresh, to have experience. No. We hold you by your hand. That is why with G-Wing FX, whether a market woman, a lecturer, you're educated, you are not educated, you understand forex because we pass the experience to you. That's why some persons, they ask us, G-Wing, why is it that you people have populations, you have a lot of clients and the rest? I keep answering them. I wish I can stop people from coming to us, right? I can't, because people are always attracted where there is success. So we hold you by your hand. We make sure we hold you. Even those of them with us, you don't do things without we being there. For those of them learning with us, they earn daily. I'm not telling people to take me by my words.
Okay.
Knowing how well an academy is doing is not through the one fronting it. It's not through the leader. It's not through the number one. It's through the client. Go ask about G-Wing FX. Ask about her clients. Know what they are doing, whether they are doing well or not. Then you will be the one to testify.
Okay, so earlier you mentioned that you've been in the business for some years now. Now, for some people, they want specifics. For how long? Like how long? Is it up to a decade? Is it up to like 5, 10 years, 15 or thereabout?
Okay, last year I came here, I said we've been in the business for more than 10 years.
Okay, more than a decade.
Yes, for last year, and that's how it is too.
Okay.
Yeah, so it has been like that. So we hold people by their hand, taking them where they ought to be. You take whatever we give to you. As a matter of fact, with G-Wing FS, your capital is being protected. You lose nothing. As a matter of fact, if your account, there's what is called account being blown. It can't happen with G-Wing FX. If it happens, we will refund you. we will refund you. But for tomorrow, it's exclusively free. Yeah, it's not being paid for. All you just need to do is to be on your best outfit. That your Christmas clothes, that your Easter clothes, whatever clothes. Be on your best outfit and run. If you come late, you will not get a seat. You will not get a place to sit down. If you come late, if you are late, nothing for you. Come on time. 52 Psychiatric Hospital Road. All you need to do is to send I do to 0881 48 93 7861.
So what time?
081
okay.
48 93 7861. The time is 12 p.m. 12 p.m. We are a time-oriented organization. Now, if this global crisis, you are hearing about Iran, U.S.-Iran crisis, you don't know what Strait of Hormuz is, you don't know what is happening in the world. If this global crisis has taught you anything, it is that you don't allow the lawmakers, the politicians, to continue to thrive. What I mean is to continue to succeed. Where your own hard work, everything is going down the drain. Everything is going down the drain. This is your best time. I keep telling people, if you have ever thought of going into forex and you are afraid of going into forest, you are afraid of doing this, you are afraid of doing that, it's not your fault. It is natural. Our brain is not built for we to succeed. Our brain is built for we to survive. So whenever you try doing something you've not done before, your brain will tell you, don't do this, don't do this. Just like the first time you passed through water, the first time you passed through air, you were afraid. That is how it is too. People are making money. This is our year. This is our year of jackpot. All you need to do is to send I do to 081 48 93 7861. 081 48 93 7861. You can also send us a message. You can also check us on our social media platform, G-Wing Forest. Go enjoy yourself. So that's just it. Tomorrow, come with your best. Come with your best, exclusively free. Come with your trading. If you have a trading account, come with it tomorrow. If you have a life funded account, and I bet you are gonna go home with a huge sum of money. So even if you have a large life account.
So someone who doesn't understand anything about this can come also.
Everybody is open. Provided you use money. That's how easy the forest. If you understand it.
Are they supposed to, especially for the people who are novices, are they supposed to come with any gadgets?
Yes, if you come in, you come with your material, writing materials, whatever, except for the goodies you are going to go home with and the rest, right? So it's exclusively free, whether you're educated or you are not educated. Who you follow matters more than even what you know. Okay. So that will aid you to understand the forex.
All right, so
market.
The number, the last time.
081, send I do to 081 48 93 7861.
Okay.
081 48 93 7861.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. Tomorrow, 12 p.m. is the time. Venue is
52 Psychiatric Hospital Road. 52 Psychiatric Hospital Road. Now, lastly, before I call it a day, China Achebe made a statement. He said, if you say yes, your own God will say yes. And if you say no, your own God will also say no. Okay. We've seen people coming into G-Wing FS with nothing, but they are going home with something.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Stick to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the
Today95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence.
Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Nothing like the good old classic music and reminding the new school of where it all started from. Get the best of classic old school music back to back.
Nostalgia Drive.
From 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Every Saturday.
On Today 95.1 FM. You're the bomb.
95.1 FM.
95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
.41 p.m. Welcome to What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM. Voice of the People. It's March 13 rather. Oh my goodness. All right. March 13, 2026. How are you doing? How has your day been? Has it been good? Has it been bad? Has it been, good and bad all put together? Oh, well, such is life. If it's been good, that's life. If it's been bad, that's life. If it's been mixed, that is also life, all right? And you have been put here on earth to live the life. And like I would always tell you, you have the ability to live the life. You have the ability to, be able to handle certain issues. I think all issues, really, depending on how you want to go about it. So you have the ability to, look at certain situations and be like, you see this particular situation, I'm not going to let you drown me. I would swim. My head is going to be above water. I refuse to drown. It's within you. Okay. All right. So we have just a few minutes. So I'll just go straight to opening up the phone line so I can hear from you. Tell me what you have been thinking about, talking about, writing about. What is it? Thought in your head, dominant one in your head, struggling to just come out, struggling to be heard, to be seen, to be imagined or thought about. Okay, that's you thinking about what you're thinking about. Well, that's fine. It's okay. All right. So call me and let me know what is on your mind. What's on your mind, actually? What have you been talking about today? Tell me. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951, and you can send me a message 0701-933-9962. All right, so who will be my first caller? Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Is that Faustina?
This is moi.
Okay. My name is Nelson.
Welcome, Nelson.
Yes, calling from Alaka here, Port Harcourt.
Okay.
What is on my mind is what is happening in your studio there.
What's going on?
The last client you have that left your studio now, claims he's making. How is your station sure about those claims? Why not dissociate yourself from those claims they are making, so that you will not be tagged an accomplice? Because I have an experience in Abuja. After any station that they go and they make those bogus claims, the station dissociates themselves from whatever claim they are making, so that Whatever you are on your own volition, if you go there, whatever you see there, you're on your own. So that you don't, your station will not be tagged as an accomplice.
Thank you.
So I advise you and other radio stations, after they come with those claims, dissociate yourself for whatever they are saying.
Thank you, Nelson.
Because not everything they say that is correct. Some of them are some of them are karma, so to say. To advance the station so that you can continue listening to your station.
Thank you, Nelson.
Because when these wrong things come from the station, some of us will tune up from the station.
Thank you.
That's an advice.
Thank you very
your
much.
Management that.
Thank you, Nelson. Hello, good evening. Yes.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Ooh, it's noisy where you are.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's noisy. Your environment is noisy.
All right. Yeah, let me go on. I want to first start from NEPA issue. Like in my environment, my vicinity, the area where I am at the moment, Ogali to be precise. I can't actually remember when last we had light. And the weather is so hot, you can't sleep at night. So I am begging PHAD to ensure that light is restored in Ogali. And number 2 situation is about the fuel.
Okay.
The price of fuel has gone high. And as a country that had crude oil, I don't think that whatever is happening over there in the international community should affect us. If our refineries are working. Imagine if Dangote refinery is not in place. What would have become of us at the moment? The PHROC had the PHROC refinery, Port Harcourt refinery, that is just around us here. They took loan from China, told us that there are 5 of the refinery is functional. And what you can see there today
All
is
right.
an ISO. Nothing is happening. Nothing is going on there.
Okay, thank you.
Let us privatize our facility.
Thank you very
ensure
much.
that fuel is abundant.
Okay, thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. This is Olu from America.
No, welcome. What's on your mind?
Also on my mind there. You know, since they said they are giving a local government their autonomy to operate, it's just like the whole thing became very worse. The way we are, our suffering is increasing every day in this country. Insecurity is taking over the nation. I don't know the one that we will talk about anymore. Because now there's no light. At least even if Mr. President promised us light, don't carry darkness because make the local government chairman there, make them do something. Yeah, the only thing I can say the Obia local government chairman has done is just to stop market women from selling by the roadside. Since he came into office, that is the only thing he has achieved. Yeah? That somebody can say this is what local government chairman has done. Yeah? We have been crying for this light. No light. I mean, the other day I went to, what does it called, Chile. There was light. I saw light there. I was even feeling like I should just move to a chase to go and live in the chase.
You can move now.
They are not asking for too much. Just small things can do with our own money.
Okay.
But they leave it as money.
All right.
It's very, very, very annoying. But
no vex, sorry. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm Senior Casey.
Senior
Casey.
Senior Casey.
Yeah.
Okay. What's on your mind?
I'm calling from Mama.
All right.
What's on my mind is
Senior Casey. Can you please turn off your listening device?
Okay, I will do that.
Go on.
Okay. What is on my mind is the way boys are vandalizing government properties. For example, this Amechi Model Primary School, which he built, some of them was abandoned, and some boys took advantage of it, and are vandalizing it to the extent that even removing the zinc. The thing is touching me too much.
The one in your community?
Yes. Oh. Even the one government secondary school, Eberi, if you go there now, you will not believe that is a school that was completely built. Then today I went to a place called Umudike. There's the model primary school they built there. They have started vandalizing that one. So the thing is that our government, they don't take responsibility of project that was built by former administrative government or whatever.
Okay, former
whoever that enters would like to dump that one and continue another one. Everyone is abandoned project.
All right, Casey. Thank you.
So please, another thing that my mind is
we don't. Okay, so you've taken like 2 minutes now. So let's have another person calling. Sorry about that. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Kimbilio.
Welcome, Kimbilio.
Yeah, for Sina, I'm not happy with your management at all. I don't know why they still have one line. How much is a line for the callers? I only had a struggle to get your line.
Sorry, I owe you. Sorry.
Huh? Oh, that is number one. Number two, what do you call it? National Assembly. I don't know why Mike is afraid. Well, you follow. You can now, all the whole 32 governors, so-called 32 governors, how many House of Representatives, how many senators, mind you, almost the whole political elites don't join them. See, they're afraid. They don't between them and Nigeria. Why are they disturbing the senator from my zone in Neaparida? So if he join a peace, they will not find issue. Whether get problem or not, because he did not join them. Why are they afraid? They know Tinubu is going. They should be afraid. They should not be afraid. They are coming. We hear this. If they are planning about rigging, I want to tell them and we can the supporters that the rigging are not the manifest the rigging. It will not work for him. It's not the same.
You say waiting.
They say no, they go. So this is the way. We will retire him and Tinubu. Thank you so much.
Okay. That thing you said about the North is what I wanted to clarify, so would know where that is coming from. Okay, so let's read some messages. What's on my mind is the inconsistency of government policy on CNG buses. Anytime fuel is high, government will bring up the CNG receipt. In 2023, after subsidy was removed, government promised to import CNG buses to cushion the effect of the fuel hike. Since 2023 till now, not even one CNG bus was imported. Not one. Are you sure? Or maybe you did not see. And now they have started again with the same disgusting lies. They think we are fools to believe their fake promises. Recently, Dangote imported over 10,000 CNG tankers for his own business. Yet Tinubu government couldn't import even one bus for Nigerians. This government is built on lies and propaganda. Mr. Lucky. Well, you could say you've not seen, because they will tell you that, well, we have some, we bought some, we have imported some, and that's the reason we're training people for the conversion of, whatever, the conversion. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, you're welcome.
Although I just on my radio, I don't know the headline of this topic today. Can you please brief me some headline?
Okay, so I think you just need to hang up and then listen and dial again, okay? We're not having a conversation at the moment. I'm just here to listen to what's on your mind. What is on your mind? What are you thinking about? What have you been thinking about? What have you been talking about, gisting about, something that has bothered you for the entire day or for the better part of the day, or something that has excited you. That's what we're about. Yes, good evening. Okay, so when you call, you turn off your radio, the listening device. Good day. Okay, so this one was supposed to come in before now. It's just coming in. Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Matthew calling from Omonal.
Oh, welcome, Matthew.
Yeah.
What's on your
What
mind?
me? Huh?
What is on your mind, Matthew?
What's on mine? And what is bothering me? It's about this fuel problem.
Okay.
Just Iran and Israel and U.S. war. Now we have fuel scarcity in Nigeria. What is the cause?
Is there
Because
fuel
they
scarcity?
failed to keep our refinery in order.
Is there fuel scarcity? Have you been looking for fuel like that? Do you not see to buy? Hmm? Oh. Okay. Call dropped. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Lady Faustina.
Welcome, Mr. Reginald.
Thank you very much. Lady Faustina.
Yes, please.
The governor have assigned the Ministry of Education to Commissioner Peter Mago.
Mm.
Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
Yes. And I want to call on him, to charge him. I want to appeal to him. If he is not ready to perform in this ministry, it will be better for him to hands off from this early time.
Mr. Reginald.
Because that ministry has suffered so a lot. You can see conversation from primary and secondary schools, especially within the rural areas. Commissioner Peter Wago, please, if you cannot fix these schools, please wash your hand and resign at this early period, at this early time. Because I know that Rivers people will not take it very lightly with you. And if governor is not releasing funds to that their ministry, please let us know so that yes, now if fund is not being released in their ministry, meaning that you cannot work, you cannot perform.
So you come and let the people know. People here, the state government is not releasing funds to my ministry.
Let Rivers people know so that we will know whether we will hold you accountable or we will hold the governor accountable.
It's all right, thank you.
But if you are there keeping quiet, believing that you are taking your salary, all the good tools and blames and all the rest will be on your head.
All right, Mr. Reginald, thank you.
Therefore, please.
Thank you.
You should work very fast and do something that Rivers people will appreciate you.
It's
Thank
okay.
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quickly, hello, good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
Dr. Chris, you have just a minute. Good evening.
Yes, something is bothering my mind, Faustina.
What is that?
There's this my relative that I think is the SAS, the former SAS, at SAS Road. There was a complaint of a sales girl. They took her phone. They have had her phone now for more than a week. One Praise Robinson. The policemen there kept telling her, come today, come tomorrow to pick up your phone. You searched the phone for more than a week. You couldn't find any incriminating thing. Why not let this young lady have her phone? The SAS commander, the former SAS commander. What do they call them now? I think anti-cultists at SAS Road.
I think so. Is it
please, they should look into it.
Okay,
probably I will get involved. PRO police. They should look into it and release the young lady's phone.
Okay,
it's important to her.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much. Well, beyond this, if there's something else you can do to help, of course, you can go ahead and help to resolve the issue. This message: good evening, Faustina. What's on my mind is the rate at which house rent is increasing daily and the exorbitant charges that are attached to it, most especially these agents. It's not nice. Okay, it's not nice. So how much is one salary? My dear, I wonder how much is one salary? Imagine you earning 50,000 naira a month and then Rent they're telling you 500, 600. That's for self-contained apartment. 500, 600, 700, 800, 9, 1M for 50,000 naira salary. Okay, now. All right, thank you very much for your calls and messages. I would go on a break, and when I come back, it would be time for today's woman. My name is Faustina Uputu.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 13th March. In 1921, Mongolia, formerly Outer Mongolia, declared independence from China. In 1973, Syria adopted its constitution. In 2012, Encyclopedia Britannica Inc. announced that it was ceasing publication of its print version, the oldest and longest continually published English language general print encyclopedia. And in 2013, the 2013 papal conclave elected Jorge Mario, the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, was elected Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, taking the name Francis I. He succeeded Benedict XVI, who had resigned. In 2020, Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates stepped down from the company's board to focus on philanthropic activities. Still in 2020, President Donald Trump declared the COVID-19 pandemic to be a national emergency in the United States, freeing up to $50 billion to fight COVID-19. Also in 2020, Breonna Taylor, an African-American emergency medical technician, was killed by Louisville, Kentucky police officers as they burst into her apartment during a botched raid. Her death led to massive protests by Black Lives Matter activists and others who called for police reform.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today's news in 60.
Veteran Nollywood actress Eukaria Anunobi has spoken about the backlash she faced following her role in Glamour Girls 2 about 30 years ago. Brother Shaggy, a famous Nigerian content creator and influencer, has been reportedly hospitalized following the injury sustained from gunshot in Ogun State. Nigerian singers Fields and Kaid were allegedly robbed during a car break-in in Los Angeles, United States. Nollywood actor Uzo Arukwe has addressed the controversy surrounding his on-screen role with actress and reality star Bamike Olowumi Adeniboyo. Popular social media personality King Michi has publicly apologized to Nigerians following backlash over a recent live video in which she admitted to taking a substance while on air. Nollywood actress Omomi Dada has said that fame has not taken anything away from her but has instead added value to her life. On the foreign scene, Japanese filmmaker Yoshitoshi Shinomiya's Berlin competition animation A New Dawn has lured buyers across the globe, with charades inking a bevy of deals following the film's world premiere in February's Berlin Film Festival competition.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. 10 minutes past 7 p.m. It's Friday, as this generation will say. It's Friday, and it's the 13th day of March 2026. Welcome to today's Woman on this frequency. My name is Faustina Oputu. Thank you so much for sticking to the dial. We appreciate you, okay? So it is time for me, another time for me to come here, table my agenda so we can analyze, so we can dissect. So we talk about issues affecting my gender. Now, some of the issues we talk about every Fridays on this program, some affect men as well. I mean, some affect everyone in general, but we try to see how they affect women. I mean, things affect people differently, right? And people take things differently. So one thing can affect a man and a woman. There's a way the man responds to it. It's how people respond to what happened to the man as well. And it's different, very different from what happens or how it happens to the woman, how people will respond to what happened to the woman, and how the woman is going to respond to what has happened to her. Okay, so we just take the perspectives as they affect the women, okay, for the different conversations that we do have. That's not to say that the things do not affect the men. No, we're not saying that. That's not the core of the program, but it's just how it is designed, okay? So if this is the very first time you're tuning in and listening, you have missed, but thank you so much. Then there's a lot more that you haven't missed. So you just keep a date with us every Fridays by this time so we can talk about my gender, gist about my gender, analyze my gender. Some days, woo, it's really heated. Other days, well, everybody wants to just, okay now, it's okay, it's all right, it's okay. But I like it when it's heated. I like it when the perspectives will come from different angles, like different, directions. So this one is coming from this other direction, and this other one is coming from another direction. And at the end of the day, we get to hear different perspectives. Perhaps you just sit and think, oh, okay, I've never thought about this way. And that's the beauty of conversations. And that's the beauty of perspectives. That is the beauty of opinions as well. Okay? So I'm expecting that you are going to join in the conversation when I open up the phone lines. Don't forget that you can join via social media as well. There is Facebook, there is X, there is Instagram, there is YouTube. For YouTube, you can go there. And at Today 95.1 FM, just go there, you would see me. While you're there, do well to subscribe, okay? For Facebook, it's at Today 95.1 FM. Instagram and on X at Today FM 951. Now, just in case you want to leave home and, you're thinking, how do I mean, okay. You're not in the car. You're not home to listen with your transistor radio. Okay. Well, you just feel like, is there a way that I can listen to this conversation on the go as I'm going? And maybe you don't have that FM radio installed in your phone, or you don't have the earpiece, so you cannot use that as antenna to listen to the radio. Well, you can just log on to our website, www.todayfmlive.com. When you get there, you would see Listen Live. Just click on it and you would be listening to the sound of my voice or the voice of anyone who is on the air at the moment, or whatever is on the air at the moment, okay? Listen Live. Click it and you would listen live. All right. But in due course, I'm going to open up the phone lines. I'm going to give you the phone lines, and you can call in or you can text in. Okay, so welcome to today's conversation. Now, before we get on the conversation, let me play something for you so you can listen to it. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, that's not coming on at the moment. Let me see. Just a moment. Okay, you just listen to the voice of online personality Salem King. Oh, well, just in case you didn't hear him clearly, he said that he cannot stand people who say hi to him and call his wife Mrs. Salem. So according to him, she's a human being, all right? So if you want to address her as well, you can ask her name and address her by her name. And this has caused a buzz on the internet and, well, off the internet as well, because a lot of people are having a conversation around it. And, well, I thought it wise that, well, let's have this conversation as well. Okay? Now, Salam is a content creator. He's an online personality. He's married to Pastor Abel Damina's second daughter. Yeah, second daughter. Name is Jessie. Okay. So the situation is, let me paint you a scenario. Use an example. Okay. So I am Faustina Oputu, right? So I get married to, what's the name now? I'm looking for a very fine name. Very fine name. No fine name is coming to my head right now. Why? Okay. So imagine that I'm married to one Carrie, what now? Carrie Winston. Okay, Carrie Winston. So I am now going to change my name to Faustina Winston. All right? So I'm going to be, if you're addressing me, you're going to be addressing me as Mrs. Winston. Okay? Yes, Mrs. Winston. Now, I'm in public with my husband, who is Kerry Winston. And then when people see us together, they address him as, oh, Mr. Winston or Mr. Kerry Winston, how are you doing? You know, just all of those pleasantries and all. And then they look at me and say to me, hello, hi, Mrs. Winston. Nadiwala be that. That's it. That is just it. Now, there are angles and perspectives that people have drawn up in this conversation. Okay, for some people, well, there's nothing to fight about there. This person is your wife, all right? So she's married to you. You two are now one. So she's left her surname and then she has taken up your surname, all right? So it's safe to address that woman, your wife, as Mrs. your surname. So I can be addressed as Mrs. Winston, meaning that I'm Winston's wife. And there is no problem in that. Absolutely no problem in that. Because, well, that's what's supposed to be. It means that, well, I left, I left and then I clinged onto you, cleave onto you. We're now man and woman. There was a pronouncement, and so we are one. So that name, we now bear that name together. That is now my new identity. So for every woman who is married, except the ones who would want to hyphenate their father's name, you know, put it there. There is that hyphenation of, oh, my father's name, I don't want to just leave it behind, and so I'm going to put an hyphen and then put my husband's name there, except for those people. All right? But for the ones who do not do that, for the women who do not do that, it is very okay to address them by their husband's names. I am sure there are some women who are going to be angry if you just address them like that. Or you just look at me and be like, Mrs. Faustina. What is Mrs. Faustina? Am I married to Faustina? Or is Faustina my surname? I mean, there's some people who are going to just read meanings to that. Okay? But in this case, well, not even knowing or asking the woman's name. You just know that this woman is this person's wife. And so because you know the man's name, it's safe that you address the woman with the man's name. Now, I really do not know. I'm still trying to figure out the angle to this, all right? Why he says, well, she's a human being. Ask her name and address her by her name. So he's coming from a place of, okay, I know I'm known. I'm a personality, all right? And so I do not, that this is for him. I'm trying to just figure out, his argument to this. So for him, he feels like I'm going to be taking all the attention away from my wife if all you do is do Mrs. Salem, so you don't know her name, you don't know her, or something like that. So maybe that's the reason he's saying, well, look at her. She's a human being. She's someone. She has an identity as well. About that identity, there was a change. There was some sort of exchange. There's some sort of living and clinging and cleaving, right? So there is now this oneness by two people. And it includes the name as well. So for some people, he should be very proud that, they look at his wife and like, oh, Mrs. Salem, Mrs. Salem. And I saw also saw the argument where they say, maybe because it's Salem is his name, King is the surname, and so if it was Mrs. King, it would have been nice. But then that's not the argument. The argument is she has a name, all right? So maybe if they had done Jesse Salem King, okay, he would have been cool. But I don't know if this is enough reason to fight someone. I don't think this is enough reason. All right, so I'm going to be joined by a guest, my guest, Elvira Jordan. I'm just giving time because, because I have to give time. But let me see how I'm going to connect at the moment. Okay, not how. Let me see if I can connect now. Okay, let's just see. Okay, but that's the argument. And I just asked a simple question. Is it wrong for a woman to be addressed by her husband's name? What's wrong in that? Is there a problem with that? Okay, so I'm being joined by my guest already. You're connected, so I'm going to just put that on and we'll have this conversation. Hello, good evening, Elvira Jordan.
Hello, good evening everybody.
Okay, can you say that again?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Good evening, everybody.
Okay, thank you so much for joining me on today's edition of Today's Woman.
It's a pleasure.
Okay. So before I got connected with you, I've just been talking about the conversation and all of the arguments and, of course, the perspectives that people have brought onto this conversation. And for me, I just look at the entire thing and I'm like, okay, the question would be, what is exactly wrong in someone addressing a man's wife with his name? But in all of this, when you listen to or when you read what he said, what came to mind?
Okay, in my opinion, I think the whole concept of marriage is a thing of patriarchy. Do you understand?
Right.
When you hand a woman over to a man, in terms of marriage, especially in this climes and in our culture, it's more like you're giving the woman out to a man to be his. I wouldn't want to say a woman is a man's property, but it almost seems that way. As long as you're paying a bride price,
right.
It's like you're handing a woman over to a man as his property. Unlike other climes where women pay dowries, here in our own culture, the men pay dowries. So the whole concept of marriage itself is like a man owning a woman. So and that is why it's acceptable when when the woman gets married, she changes her surname to bear the man's surname and all. Now, in his own opinion, or let me say in his own defense, in our modern day, we have men who consider themselves modern thinkers. They think differently. You will see some men who will call themselves feminists. I don't know if you get that concept. So these people who have this different school of thought, who believe that women should have an identity of their own, women should have a name of their own. They don't see a woman being called, in his own case, Mrs. Salem. They see it as a problem. But actually, it is something that the society has accepted as a norm. That when a woman gets married to a man, she automatically absorbs his own name. So whatever she, okay, let me say for instance now, a woman is with Gloria Salem.
Yes.
And then she gets a doctorate degree, and they now call her Dr. Salem. It doesn't take away from the fact that the degree belongs to her, but because she's attached to a man, automatically his name is attached to it. So as much as I would say there's nothing wrong with a woman being addressed with her husband's name, because that is what our culture has said, that's what our culture has made us to believe, that when you are married to a man, you are now his property, so you should absorb his name. But I still understand his own point of view when he says that a woman should have her own identity. She deserves her own identity. So I understand where he's coming from, but I don't think it should be a thing of annoyance. I don't know if you get me.
Yeah, because he says anytime he's in that position, he wants to just, he feels like fighting when they address her as Mrs. Salem without maybe getting to know her name and addressing her by her name. And well, you've mentioned the part about the society being a patriarchal society, and well, I know I've heard of some men who would say, "Oh, I've married you, I've paid the bride price, so you are my property." They use that word property, but without using that word property, there is a living and clinging and cleaving to a man, and so. You should be addressed as that, except of course there is a conversation and you two agree that, well, this is it. For the people who don't, there are some people who don't bear their husbands' names. There are some women who don't bear their husband's name. I mean, that is some sort of special arrangement between them. But in looking at this, because some people have come up with the argument that, I mean, you don't even need to make a case out of this. There is no point making a case out of this. Because if you two are out together and they address your wife as that, you should be proud of it.
Yes, exactly. And that is why I feel like his argument is actually based on his own personal beliefs, because it's something that is affected by the society. But just like you said, if there's an agreement between both the man and the woman to say that, okay, when we are married, you are free to use your name. Now, it's not even a matter of her name, it's a matter of her surname. You're free to use your name and your surname. That's a different case. But then there are some people who do it on purpose. I think that is where it's coming from. You know, there are some people who just don't want to ascribe some certain respect to women.
Okay.
Yes. So if you are unmarried as a woman, they consider you as a nobody. And then when you are married as a woman, they consider you as nobody without your husband. I don't know you get. So it's a school of thought that some people carry, whether consciously or unconsciously. I can't tell. But it's a reasoning that some people carry. And I think it's coming from that point of view. So people can be condescending to that point, where they don't consider a woman as a person. So when they see you outside, they believe that without your husband, you're nothing. So why even address you by the name? But on the outside as well, it shouldn't be a conversation. I think it shouldn't be an issue. If I am married to someone and I bear his surname, I don't think I will have any problem someone addressing me as Mrs. This or Mrs. That. Although I would like to be addressed as my name, but if I am clinging to somebody and I'm bearing somebody's surname, if I'm as well, address me as his surname, it's not supposed to be an issue. So I think I also know where he's coming from, where his anger is coming from.
Now, another issue here is some people have said if the wife is not complaining, why is the husband complaining about this? Like
that's why I said when I started, I said there are some men who are feminists. You haven't heard of them?
I've heard.
Yeah, so they like the feminine struggle so much that they speak up when they feel that women are being sidelined or women are being disrespected. So I think Calem considers himself a feminist. If not,
a feminist for his wife.
For his wife, not just for his wife, because I have noticed that same talent is for women on different occasions. Yes, I've come across his content on social media where he talks about issues affecting women. Yes, I see him. He may not call himself a feminist, but he's partial to a feminine struggle. So I think that is where his anger is coming from. Otherwise, there's absolutely nothing wrong with a woman being addressed by her husband's name, except you are sure that whoever is doing that is doing it in a condescending manner, in a way whereby the person just doesn't want to acknowledge the woman. I don't know if you get. There are some people who do it on purpose. They just don't want to acknowledge the woman's presence, her person, her personality. So they just find a way to ascribe her to her husband. So that's my own view.
Okay. All right. So let me let you go so you can settle in. Thank you so much, Elvira Jordan, for your 2 cents on the conversation.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Always.
Good evening, everybody.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, there you have it. Well, for my guests, it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a conversation. You as a man, you go out with your wife and then they address you by your name and then they address your wife by your name as well. I mean, you should be proud that, oh my goodness, this is my wife. So someone else is bearing my name, Mrs. This, and this is me. This is another me. You should be proud and not be mad that someone is addressing your wife as Mrs. You, Mrs. Your name. So if the woman is not complaining about it, if the woman, because normally if a woman was the one who said this, there would be this entire conversation about, equality, gender equality, feminism. There would have been talks like that. But this is a man saying that, well, you see my wife, address me. After addressing me, you want to address my wife. If you don't know her name, find out and address her by her name. All right, but the point we really do not get if it would have been okay if they had addressed her as Mrs. Jessie Salem King. Maybe that would have been okay. As long as the Jessie is there, her name is there, it wouldn't be a problem. Maybe it wouldn't be a problem. Or that, because there's absolutely no way that someone you meet in public would address you. They know you, so they address you, and then they know your wife as well. There's no way, because her maiden name is Jessie Davina. Okay, so there's no way they would address you as Mr. Salem King, and then they look at her and address her as Jessie Damina. But I think maybe his problem is that, well, there was no Jessie at all. It just Mrs. Salem, just like that. But does it really matter? Does it matter? You should be proud as a man that something like that is happening. So what is wrong? What is wrong in someone addressing a woman by her husband's name? What's wrong in there? All right, you can join the conversation. It's today's woman on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Is this supposed to be a conversation? Is this supposed to be a cause for worry? I mean, what's that? Because I know that even the conversations about hyphenating names, women who hyphenate their names, attach their father's name to, or attach their husband's name to their father's name, that is even a problem for some men. It's just a few who would understand that, okay, it's fine, okay. And then there are some who understand is because of the kind of woman they are married to. So if a man is married to a celebrity, they would have that conversation. They would have that conversation. For example, there is the Omotola Jolade Ekende. So there is the father's name there is the husband's name there. And I'm sure that the husband agreed to that because she is a celebrity. She has a name already. So they agree that, well, you can keep your father's name, add my name to it, and it's fine. But that is also a problem for some men. They will not take it. No, you cannot. You cannot. It means that you've not really left your parents and you cleaved or cling to me. It doesn't, it doesn't give that oneness. It doesn't signify that oneness. If you're still holding on to your father's name, well, something wrong, and so you're not ready to leave your parents and be one with me. So that is a problem. So if that is a problem, if some men are having a problem with their women, their wives, attaching their father's names to their own, why would a man be complaining that, well, address my wife, ask her name, and address her properly. Don't just look at me and you address me by my name, and then you look at her and you say, Mrs. Your name. Yes, you listening to me now. Your wife address you as Mrs. Your name. Just the way I gave the example of Faustina hypothetically getting married to one Mr. Kerry Winston. No native name inside. Okay. Mr. Kerry Winston, and someone addresses me as Mrs. Winston, and my husband is having a problem with that because he thinks that I have an identity. My name is Faustina, so you should ask me my name and address me by my name, Faustina. Maybe Faustina Oputu Winston, or maybe just Mrs. Faustina Winston. Just give me some identity in there. But the moment I got married, there was when we agreed that, oh, this is what it's going to be, if there was a conversation about that, or there always is, of the name change. Are you going to keep your father's name? Are you the kind who would keep their father's name and blah, blah, blah? There is that conversation. And so, but just let me have, the problem with the husband is just let the wife have an identity. Find a way to put in that name there. Put the Jesse there. Put it. Don't just cover her under my umbrella, which is my name, the Salem. Anyways, join the conversation. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. Send a message to 0701 933-9962. 0701 933-9962. Send a message to 0701-9962. Drop a comment on Facebook, Today 95.1 FM, on X at Today FM 951. And let me hear from you. What is your perspective? What's wrong in anybody addressing the married woman as Mrs. her husband's name? Hello, good evening.
Hello, Lady Faustina.
Mr. Reginald.
What an interesting topic.
Thank you.
Yes. Lady Faustina.
Yes, please.
For me, I don't see anything wrong.
Okay.
In somebody addressing my wife, either by my name or by my surname. There is nothing wrong for me. It also shows respect. Just for instance, if I am married to Lady Faustina, and somebody address her as
Mrs. Reginald.
Mrs. Reginald or Mrs. Muzi. It shows respect for me now and for her. So there is nothing wrong for me. There is nothing wrong.
Okay.
So nothing to worry about.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes.
Hello. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening,
Honorable Chris.
Yeah. This is Honorable Chris. I believe in our tradition, the only thing that will make you to have respect at times, the life of being a young lady and the life of being a married woman, they are two different things here. Once you hear Mrs. Chris or Chris, you notice that there's something like respect. Even when somebody wants to attack that woman, even this ring of a thing, but I quite surprised that most women are going out without married ring. Anybody or any woman they are dressed by his husband's name, the pick things. Just check that woman very well. Or any man they are dressed by the wife, maybe that man within that place is either another concubine within that side. He doesn't want anybody to notice the game. You know, there are some men, they don't want you to know don't want you for you to maybe expose them, that people to know that they are married. You check what is it. That one is another thing. Because I don't see reason why somebody will address you. There are some men you ask in a public, what of your wife? They get angry. You know why? Because of that business movement. There is some lady you address, you ask, what of your husband? They pick offense. There is some women you call madam. I called one woman madam one day. Nearly that woman for chopped off my head. How can you call me ma? How can you call me madam? Why can't you address me as ma? I don't like that name. So no problem. So sometimes fear some men or fear some women with that kind of character. Don't want you to address them like that.
All right. Thank you very much. Honorable Chris. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello, Faustina.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Matthew calling from MC.
Welcome, Matthew.
Faustina,
yes,
you
please.
paid for this woman's price and expected of the woman to answer the husband's name. Assuming the husband is the governor or president, will the woman not answer? Or assuming...
So let's not get it twisted, all right? So this is a man being angry that someone else is addressing
No, the man shouldn't get angry. Just like the first lady when you call her, that man is a feminine. Because it's only a feminine who will act such a feminine that will act such an attitude or say such kind of thing. It's the pride of every man that the wife bears. Imagine the daughter bearing the mother's name or the parent, the grandmother's name. What would he feel? How will he feel? The pride. I don't know. That man should just look for something else and do instead of just coming out and just be saying some kind of thing.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Hello. Good evening. Welcome to Today's Woman.
Faustina.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
I want to ask, the man that was annoyed that somebody addressed
his wife
after his name, is he a Nigerian?
Yes, he's a Nigerian.
He's a Nigerian?
Yes.
I'm sorry for the man. Because that is the respect he has as a married man by some people addressing his wife after his name. That is the right thing to do, and that is exactly the culture, particularly from a part of the Nigerian part of where I come from. That is exactly number one thing, to show that you are duly married to that woman, it is when the woman is being addressed after your surname. But I am surprised to hear this, that a man was annoyed that somebody addressed his wife after his name. That's my contribution.
Oh, thank you very much for your contribution. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening once again for Sino Kutu.
Welcome. Happy weekend to you too.
Yeah, and Billion.
Go on.
For me, I just think the right friend, whether that is possible that a man is angry that they should not address his wife or, by name. I'm just think whether there is a conflict in the home, probably the man and the woman is not in a good time. Maybe they're having issue. Use that aggressive, that annoyance to say what this is possible, because I don't see the reason why a man would say so unless they are not in a good time at all. Maybe that's why they are very aggressive, Having said so, the other aspect of a woman bearing his father's name joining you own as a husband, personally, it will not happen in my own case. Lie. No woman will try that to me. In fact, thank you so much for this talk itself. We will discuss it first. If you love your father so much, then the man saying Entilon is a very big brand that will blow well in the country. What is your father's name? You want to attach? No, it's wrong. To me, no matter how celebrity you are, yes, to me, it's wrong. When you leave your father, you come to me. You need to be submissive to me, even in the Bible. Although I don't like going to Bible on air, but not everybody is Christian. So to me, I think it's wrong. No matter how successful your father is, you should have married your father. So to me, disrespectful to a man. No woman would try that to you, whether you are Dangote daughter or not.
It's all right. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Yes, Faustina.
Go on.
Peter from Oji.
Okay.
I will told the angle of that man. I will told to his position. We are talking of identity. When you want to, probably in a ceremony, at least my wife should have her own identity.
So what?
Her
okay.
By her name.
Okay.
First,
okay.
Then you add my own name.
Okay.
So that was exactly what the man wanted. That was exactly what the man, the husband, wanted. It's just like, let me take the story to another angle. Probably you have a professor in a ceremony, and in addressing him, instead of you to add that very important part of him, you only mention his name. Do you know that the man will pick offense?
Of course. I mean, people are so...
Instead of you to, Professor, so, I had a ceremony. That was last year. And my younger sister, who's supposed to be addressed as Dr. Mrs. So. They only just, that doctor
was omitted.
That doctor, that her title did not appear. And I called the MC to order. I said, no, you respect her identity. That is very important.
All right.
So for a man to have done that to his wife, I think it's even a respect. He has shown to the wife. It's even a respect.
Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
That is my own position. It's even a respect.
Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you for your position.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mr. Emmanuel.
Mr. Emmanuel.
Yes.
What's your...
I want to say that whenever a woman is addressed after the husband's name, it is an honor to that woman.
Okay.
It is a respect to that woman. It gives her a prestige. So, but for the husband of this woman to complain that wife is being addressed after his name, to me, it would mean that this man does not really love that woman. That is what it means to me. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
So he does not really love his wife.
So what if, as I mentioned earlier, the wife's name is Jessie, all right? So what if they address her as Jessie Salem?
Pardon?
What if they address her, at least put her name there? Is that a problem?
To some names like me, it would still be a problem, because that's the second assumption I wanted to make, that the man who rejects this does not even know his right, because it is his exclusive right for his wife to be called after him. Whereby some men will not allow the woman's parents' name to be part of.
No, I'm not talking about her parents' name. Jessie is her name. Her maiden name, her surname is Damina. But her name, her personal name, first name is Jessie. So can they not address her by Jessie Salem? Is that a problem?
Well, there would be nothing wrong with addressing her with the lady's name and the husband's name.
Okay.
But my understanding is that it is not even what the husband is agitating for. The agitation here is that they address the wife and attach his own name. And
no, I'm not sure he made that clear, all right? But he just said, ask her name and address her properly. So if they ask her name and she says, my name is Jessie Salem, of course, they will address her as Jessie Salem.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So he didn't say, ask her and then let her attach her father's name, my name, and then address her like that.
Well, I don't think this man is actually not an example of an African man, because
okay.
An African man is Nigerian for that reason.
Okay, he won't be concerned about this.
And his wife is after him, even if the wife's name is not attached. You know it is right.
All right, thank you.
Contribution.
All right, thank you very much. All right, you're listening to Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So, online personality Salem King has sparked a conversation saying he cannot stand people who say hi to him and call his wife Mrs. Salem. According to him, that she's a human being. Ask her name and address her by her name properly. I mean, she's probably going to tell you, my name is Jessie Salem King, or my name is Jessie Salem, or my name is Jessie King. So when she says it, you should address her by that name. And I'm not sure if they don't have that conversation that, oh, you're going to attach your father's name to my name, she would mention her father's name. No. It's the name that they have agreed that she's going to bear. So if they've agreed that, well, you're my wife now, so you're going to bear my name, forget about your father's name. If that's the agreement, of course, she's going to say, my name is Jessie, all right? And the husband's surname, Jessie Salem, or Jessie King. Either ways, I mean, his name is there. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Hello, Faustina.
Yes, please.
It's Harvest.
Harvest, go on. Okay.
You know, this matter that you are talking about now, there may be some circumstances that will make a woman not to bear his husband's name.
No, that's not it. That's not it. It's not
there
about.
There was a place in Ogoniland where a man that has not married wanted to address the public. Can you hear me?
A man?
Yes. The man wanted to address the public, but the man has not married.
Okay.
So the married people have to go and collect mic from the man and say that until he marries, then that is the time that he can address public, address married men in public.
Okay.
And that man does not forget that day. After that day, the man go and marry. The man went to go and marry.
Okay.
Before he can now address the public. He was having money. So they asked him, what is his problem? You know why? Because if they feel that he wanted to address responsible people. So if a woman will say that they don't want to be addressed by the husband name,
That was why I say there's some circumstances that can cause that.
No, it's not the woman who is saying. No, it's not the woman who is saying I don't want to be addressed by my husband's name.
Okay,
that's not the conversation. It's the man who is saying yes. So,
okay.
Are you married?
Okay.
Are you married?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're married, if someone addresses your wife as Mrs. your name, what's your name again?
Me, we don't pick offense. So there's some people that like Ran, and some people that don't like Ran. But me, I will not pick offense. But there's some circumstances too that will cause the man now don't want to be addressed by the husband, by the wife name. It may be he has not paid for the man head, the woman head, or the woman paid for her own head, so she don't want her to embarrass herself. That is the condition. There's a condition that will cause suffering. So we will never look at those areas of the condition. It may be that the man has not paid for the woman head, so he don't want to be addressed by the woman. Or the woman pay for the man head, and then the man now don't want to be embarrassed by bearing the wife's name. So that is the thing. So there's some second that if you look into that matter, there is certain thing that is undertold that they do not tell us.
Okay.
And which we need to find out.
It's all right. Thank you very much. But let's not get it twisted, okay? So it's a man that is complaining. I think I have to play it again. Okay, so I'm just trying to get it ready so I can play it, you understand it, you listen, and then you understand.
The only thing I really cannot stand is people who come to me to say hi to me and then call my wife Mrs. Salem. Like she's standing next to me, and because maybe they don't know her name, they see me, they say hi to me, and then they finish saying hi to me and then call her Mrs. Salem. I'm just like, it makes me want to immediately fight, because I'm like, she's a human being. Like, ask her her name. You know how when you meet people you say, oh, my name is this, what's your name? Ask her her name so that you can then address her by her name. What do you mean because you know me but you don't know her, you now call her Mrs. Salem? It's so stupid, and people need to stop doing that.
Okay, there you have it. There you have it. So he's saying that when you see him and you address him as Salem, King Salem, whichever name he tells you that you know him by, then the wife is there. So you ask the wife her name, if you don't know her name. And whatever name she tells you, that's the name you're going to address her by or address her with. So that's it. And that name she's going to tell you, it's a name that they've agreed. And that's why I talked about, okay, if they agree that she's going to add the father's name to it, well, that's what she's going to tell you. But if they don't agree about that, then she's going to tell you her first name and his name, his surname. That's what she's going to tell you. So, and then you address her by that name. But that, I think, is even cumbersome. So you already know the man, all right? You meet someone, you just know the man. And then the next possible thing to do, is, because you know that the man is married to that woman, you want to say, Mrs. this man. What is wrong in that? What is wrong in, okay, Mrs. Salem? Do I have to ask, ma'am, what is your name? Whoa, some women would find it disrespectful. So if I was in that position and you're looking at me, okay, I'm this man's wife, all right? The example I gave, my name is Faustina. So I'm married to Kerry Winston. So I'm out somewhere with Kerry Winston. You know Kerry Winston, right? So you say hi, Kerry Winston. And then you look at me and you ask me, what is your name? I'm just going to look at you in a way. Except you don't know that I'm Kerry Winston's wife. Okay, I can take that. But if you know that I'm Kerry Winston's wife and you're asking me, what is your name? I'm probably going to be offended, like maybe not, obviously. But in my mind, I'm going to like, who be this one now? What kind of stress is this? Just address me as Mrs. Winston and we go our way. Shikila. So some women would be angry that you're asking me, I'm out here with my husband, you've greeted my husband, and you're asking me what's my name. My friend, would you address me as Mrs. This and let's do business? So what's wrong in that? So that is the crux of the matter, not because the woman is having any issue with it. It's the man who is having issues with it. That you ask the woman her name and then you address the woman by what she tells you. That's it. And I'm sure she's going to tell you her first name and then her last name, surname. That's it. 0810-9510-951. That's the number to call, or you send a message, a text message, or you can send that via WhatsApp. 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm Kelechi.
Kelechi, go on.
Okay. That man that got angry for somebody addressing his wife as Nikki, according to the man's name. That man, he does not know the kind of mistake he's doing. Because if he knows the meaning of a woman means the bone of the man. Are you understanding me?
I'm understanding you, sir.
Yes. Like when God created Eve through Adam's rib. When Adam woke up and saw the woman, he was happy and he called him a woman. So whenever somebody addresses somebody's wife as Mrs., according to the name of that man, there's nothing wrong there. And nobody has right to ask a woman in the presence of her husband, what is your name? Even though you know the name of the woman. So what that man is doing is not good. I don't like it. Thank you.
Okay. They don't like it. He likes it. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Faustina, my daughter. My last daughter, my granddaughter.
Okay, Elder, yeah. Hi, Faustina.
Yes. I hear that. No wahala.
All right.
Yes.
Welcome back.
For the topic, you see, the problem is the mindset and understanding. If I have a wife, if I address her as Miss Power, no problem. If I address her as Victoria Power, it's thinking. Madam Power, thank you. Then on understanding, those things are nothing. They have nothing to do with their relationship or the love. But an educated sense, if you want to address a married woman, you have to be careful. Because there are things you address if you have some connotation. So you address her perfectly as a married woman, and then anything you are dealing with her, you have to be careful. And again, men should tell people what they address their wives. Because some people don't like they address them Madam, Miss. Tell them, my wife, you address her in this way. Even if you are named a bit, your name as you marry her must reflect. You know, there's a problem. Somebody married her and the wife says, I will never change my father's name because the names are in the certificate. So she will not change the name. I said, no, if you change, you can also change the certificate that you were once this. It's not a problem if you want to change. Just you cannot bring problem. Go there and change your name to the man's test. Because you cannot be, I married you and you're asking your father's name. That's the negative connotation. That's my take.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Are you there? Okay. That call dropped, so we move on to the next. Hi, good evening. Are you there? Yes, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Faustina. Yeah, Clinton calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, Clinton, go on.
Yeah. That issue you're talking about, to me, it depends on the context. Are you getting me?
Context.
If it's in a formal setting, your husband's name don't have nothing to do with your name. Are you getting me?
No, I'm not getting you.
Is it?
I didn't get that.
I said if it's in a formal setting,
Yes.
as in, maybe formally you are to be, or you are to tell what your name is or something like that. You have to tell what your name is and not to answer Mrs. So Mrs. That. Are you getting me?
So if I'm married and I'm in a formal setting and I'm to introduce myself, if you want to take away the Mrs., does that take away my surname as well, the man's name as well?
If you...
Did you understand me?
Come again.
So you said if it's in a formal setting,
Yes.
The woman will have to say her name, right?
Yes. Yes.
So if the woman is married and it's a formal setting, she wants to introduce herself, does that take away her husband's name? Because it's a formal setting?
Yes, it will take away the husband's name, but will bring the husband's surname, not the husband's name.
Oh, okay. First name.
Right?
First name and second name. This is the argument now.
Yes, the second name. That's it. Will bring only the husband's second name and not the husband's first name.
So, but in this case, now he didn't specify, all right, but he's making a case that you ask my wife her name. So if you say the husband's first name, Mrs. Salem or Mrs. King, I mean, that is still the man's name. Those are still the man's names, all right? First or last name. But he's saying, ask my wife her name. She's a human being. Ask her her name. So if you ask me, if I was the wife and you ask me my name, I'm going to tell you my name is Mrs. Faustina in this, scenario that I painted. I said Mrs. Faustina Winston.
That's why I tell you that it depends on the context.
Are you there?
If it is the husband that said that, maybe the context does not require that the woman should only answer Mrs. So person. Are you getting me? So that's the reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. But let's try and understand something. I mean, that's the reason I used myself as an example, okay? And I said, my name is Faustina, all right? And I said, hypothetically, I'm married to one Mr. Kerry Winston, right? His first name is Kerry. His last name is Winston. All right? So if I say I am Mrs. Kerry or I'm Mrs. Winston, they all belong to the man. But the man is now saying, don't Mrs. my wife and give her my name. Just like that. Ask her her name. All right? So if you ask me my name, I'm going to tell you my name is Faustina Winston. That's the man's last name. My first name and the man's last name. That is my name that I'm going to tell you. So that won't be a problem for him. But the problem for him is that I didn't say my name there. Or you didn't use you that is addressing me. You didn't say Faustina Winston. So if anybody had said Mr. Salem's wife is Mrs. Jessie Salem, it wouldn't have been a problem. If anybody had addressed her as Mrs. Jessie King, it wouldn't have been a problem. But the omission of her name is the problem here. Not if you're using her name and then or you're using the Mrs. and then using his first name or his last name. No, that one ain't being problem. That's his problem. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome. Turn off your listening device, please. Are you there? Hello. Hi. Okay, next. You almost destroyed my eardrum. Please, when you're calling, turn off your radio or you reduce the volume to the least. So I'm wearing a headphone. So if it's loud like that, it's going straight to my eardrum. Except you want to destroy my eardrums. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, very good evening.
You're welcome. Oh, sorry, the call dropped. Do well to dial back. Okay, 0810 9510 951. You're listening to Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM. So we're having a conversation about what Mr. yeah, Mr. Him now. Online personality has said, he's a content creator. He said that, well, it doesn't feel good. He's not happy when people say hi to him and then turn to his wife and say Mrs. Salem. His name is Salem King. So he doesn't like it. I mean, it makes him want to feel like fighting if you address his wife as Mrs. Salem. He says she's a human being. Ask her her name and address her properly. That's it. And I'm asking, what's wrong in addressing a woman as Mrs. his wife, in this case as Mrs. Salem? What is wrong? Hello?
Hello, Faustina. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Okay, my name is John.
Go on, John.
Faustina, you see, there is one thing about this our generation. Just like bringing issues even where there is no issue. Over time, what we know is that if you're married to a man, you just change your name and then you'll be addressed as Mrs. the name of that man, whether first name, second name, surname, or whatsoever. You have to be addressed by the man's name, except maybe let me just fault the man. Maybe the man doesn't really see himself as a man. You know, some men, because me, if you like, your father should be president too. If you like, because me too, I want to make my own name. I want to be my own person. So if you like, say, if you must get married to me, you must have to change your name. You just have to do it. Because if you like, your father should be the president, former president of this country, and I want to marry you. Me too, I want to be something. I want to become something. You have to believe in me, also believe in your own self, so that we too can make our own name together.
Right.
So we can't rely on the name that your father makes. So I don't see anything bad in the woman answering his husband's name. Which one is it? Should be ask her name and she should tell you her own name and all of that. Then why is she married to you in the first place? Please, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much also. All right, so let's read some messages beginning from the WhatsApp portal. Mrs. Faustina Karen. Okay. Okay, hypothetically, Mrs. Faustina Carey Winston. And you're laughing out loud. It's okay to laugh out loud. This fellow is well exposed with the Western mentality. He is not the average African or Nigerian man, because an average Nigerian man will kill or threaten to divorce his wife if she refuses to bear his name, considering how much he paid to make her his wife. Obviously, his type is very rare. But seriously, I love his sense of humor. He's a man who will support his woman to build a life of her own, even in marriage. Love him already, did he? Okay. The difference between him and an average Nigerian man is that he doesn't have that African mentality of seeing his wife as a property rather than a partner. I wouldn't be surprised if people start insulting him. But truth be told, it is odd as a Nigerian or American man, though. Okay, thank you very much. This one says, good evening, Faustina. The man only wanted attention to details. Okay. The man wasn't wrong. It's even respect and more recognition to the wife. Before they got married, the lady had a name. That was the concern of the husband. From Onaivi AA. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so let's get back to some more calls and then we'll come back to messages. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
All right. Well, I think for this discussion, I think there must be something that makes the man say that the man should not be addressed with his name. Because, you know, some women have some kind of attitude that which the husband cannot do. So in case maybe the woman do overrule the man's decision, so the man sees the woman as a a woman that someone cannot be addressed at all. So for me, I think that might be the reason for it.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Mrs. Faustina, good evening.
Okay, Mrs. Faustina Winston.
Oh, Miss Faustina, sorry. Soon to be missing.
It's all right, go on.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm interested in this conversation.
Oh, nice.
Because I think my name is Echi Carol, first of all.
Okay.
Good evening. So,
good evening.
I think it will create some awareness. I love what the man said. He did not say from the post or from his comment. I'm not sure he's trying to deny the fact that the woman is his wife. Or he doesn't want to, have that pride of having a woman bearing his name. But from my perspective, I'm just trying to think that what the man is trying to say is, before marriage, that woman had a name. After marriage, she had a name. So the woman's name should not be thrown away completely because of marriage. Yes, some women even go as far as putting their name first, their husband's name, middle name, their husband's surname as last name, taking away maybe their own. That one is, it depends on the couple anyway. If they agree on that, no problem. But me, as a lady, I should advocate that every woman should at least have your name first, and either your husband's name or your husband's surname, rather than just being addressed. Okay, now you made mention of reference to Omotala. I think Omotala has a name. Her father's name is there. Her husband's name is there. Why not throw, and people don't address her as Mrs. Kinde or whatever. They first of all address her Omotala, Jalade, and any other name. I'm sure that's where that man is coming from. First of all, identify the human. She's a human being by her own name before any other thing can come, rather than just throwing away her name completely and calling her husband's name. And so some men, I know some men that will not be, the man is not saying from this other angle we're taking it to be, maybe he's not proud of it, he's not from there.
He looks very proud of the wife, following posts and all.
Yes. So what the man is trying to say, some may also call him feminist or whatever, but our mentality should move from this mentality of seeing a woman as a sole property after marriage.
Okay.
A woman is not a commodity, for God's sake.
All right.
Marriage doesn't mean that her identity should be erased completely. A woman who has made effort while she's a single to build a name for herself.
Okay.
Now, getting married to a man, her name should support, the man's name should support that her name. So I see that man as a man who is ready to, bring out the best in a woman.
All right.
So that's how I see it.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think there's anything wrong with what the man has said.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Different strokes for different folks. Yes. So for some people, well, I think at this point, some people will begin to look at this critically. The identity thing, they'll look at it critically. Yes, of course, before a woman married you, she had a name. Now, we're not talking about the last name now. There was a first name, and there is still a first name. So his point is totally taking off the first name and just Mrs. This. Is it? So if I'm in public and you're asking me my name, or you ask me my name, I would tell you my full name. I would not say, oh, I'm Mrs. This. I would tell you, I am Mrs. Faustina and the other name, hypothetically, Winston. That is it. I probably will not go straight to, oh, I am Mrs. Winston. Mrs. Winston. Okay. So if I say Mrs. Winston, Faustina is not coming into the picture. But someone wants to address me. What is your name? So even as a man, you go out and they ask you, what is your name, sir? Formally, you want to say, my name is Mr. This, or my name is Dr. This, this, this. You will not say my name. If your name is Chinedu, you will not say, I'm Mr. Okay, if your father's name is, okay, whatever it is. You will not go straight to, I am Mr. Chinedu. You would say your full name. Your full name. That's what you're going to say. My name is Dr. Chinedu Kennedy, or Dr. Chinedu. The name that came to my mind. Let me just leave it there. 0810-9510951. Call that number and be a part of the conversation. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, I'm Humphrey.
Humphrey, go on.
Yes, I'm calling from Fish.
Okay.
Actually, this is a very interesting discourse. You say what is a content creator, the person?
Yes, he is an online personality.
It's by online, okay. For me, it sounds funny, It's laughable and it looks primitive for my own wife, except he's trying to hide his identity because of this small pin charges or what have you. If not, as a married man, legally married man, why should you be ashamed? Or if somebody addressed your wife after you, assuming now my name is Humphrey, and maybe I have a wife, and you call her Mrs. Humphrey, there isn't anything wrong with that. So,
but would you like that a public setting? How would you want your wife to introduce herself? Just Mrs. Humphrey.
Herself.
Yes.
Yes. If actually her name is Mr. Joy, and the surname, my surname is Humphrey. So in the public setting, if actually she's introducing herself, she will say, "I am Mrs. Joy
Humphrey."
Yes.
So that's exactly what he's.
Hello.
Yeah, go on.
If someone else is introducing her in a function of what have you, the MC maybe just let me call Mrs. Maybe Humphrey and whatever. I won't put your pick on it. It's not that. There isn't anything wrong for me.
Okay.
Thank you, Humphrey, once again.
All right, thank you, Humphrey. Okay, so that's another, point to hold on to. Yes.
I called back. There's something I want to add.
No, Mr. Okay, Elder, because I have a lot of people on the line, it won't be nice that we do the call back and, you had your time. Apologies for that. I have messages that I have to take as well. Okay, so we can incorporate as many people as we can on the conversation. It is today's woman on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Okay, so let's get back to the messages. Hi, Faustina. That man is a woman. Is a woman rapper. So what kind of talk is that? Please, women should not listen to him. There is no value in that talk. A wife must bear her husband's name as a mark of respect. No, nobody is saying a woman should not bear the husband's name. That's not the crux of the matter. Loyalty and oneness. That's how it ought to be naturally. Women should not allow name bearing to deny them their husband. Men are very scarce now, Mr. Lucky. Mr. Lucky, that's not the crux of the matter. It's the introduction. Like the last caller, I asked him, how would you want your wife to introduce herself in public? And he says, for example, his wife's name is Joy and his name is Humphrey. He would want her to introduce herself as Mrs. Joy Humphrey, not just Mrs. Humphrey. It's the Mrs. Humphrey that they address the wife that is the problem to this man. That's the reason we're having the conversation. So if you would want your wife to introduce herself as Mrs. Joy Humphrey, well, that's fine. So it means that she's coming into the picture with her name as well, and your name in it. But at least you just know that the wife's name is Joy, and trying to get it straight, all right? Because I think some people are getting it twisted. It's not about the woman in this case. It's not about the woman refusing to bear the man's name. No. And it's not about the woman trying to say, I'm going to add my father's name to your name. No, that's not it. It's about a man who is complaining that they look at him and address him as himself. Salem King. That's his name. Hi, Salem King. And then they turn around, not really turn around, they look, just beside him to his wife and say, hi, Mrs. Salem. Salem. No. Address her by the name she will tell you. By the name she will tell you. And I'm sure she's going to tell you her name is this. So if you ask me my name, I'm going to tell you my name is Faustina. Before the surname. So the name should be absolute. It should be well stated. It should be formal. All right? Not just Mrs. and then... Right? Not just Mrs. and then you give the name and that's that. That's the man's argument here. Okay, so that's it. It's not that the woman doesn't want to bear the man's name. No, the woman is not agitating for anything. I mean, it's not like it's the woman who is angry here. So if this was said by a woman, it would be some, real feminine and feminine agenda. Feminist and feminine agenda. But it's a man who is saying, give her her full names. Ask her name and then give it to her fully. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Fatina.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Collins, I'm calling back again. Yeah.
Okay, Collins.
So, what I was saying is that I don't see anything wrong on what that guy is saying. Honestly, it's based on how you understand it. If you ask me, because my own wife was bearing the father's name, Blessing Gabriel Akbar. But after some time, she changed it. She went swore affidavit and then she got the name Blessing Collins. You understand me? So it's based on how you understand this thing, Collins. You understand me? So it's based on how you understand this thing.
Okay, so let me ask you now, all right? You said her name is Blessing, right?
Yeah.
And your name is?
Collins. Like, everything shouldn't be changed completely simple because the woman, got married or get married to you. She has her own this thing before you, honestly. So if you ask me, I think there's nothing wrong with what that guy said.
Okay, honestly. As long as she's bearing your name. Okay. Hello. Oh my goodness.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, please, this is Kinam Konekavari.
Okay.
This evening topic is very interesting one.
Thank you.
And I've been listening to different people bringing their opinion. It's good. The fact is that everybody is entitled to his opinion. But my own contribution to this matter now is, why don't the man just... Hello?
Go on.
Why don't the man just go ahead and say, please, this is how I want my wife to be addressed. Mrs. This and this. Then maybe I just come and I greeted you and maybe I greet your wife. You now come ask me, why don't you ask my wife? This is embarrassing now. Okay, why don't you say, okay, please, you're well done, but I need my wife to be addressed as this. It's not school, or maybe you give me a paper to, you give me a row to call and I omitted something that maybe you've already written. This thing I'm just greeting. So you have just go ahead and say, I want my wife to be addressed like this, and case closed. Not to say, ask my wife, I see your wife and you are having some issue in the house and you're bringing it outside. It's not done that way.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. And then they look at my wife and be like, hi, Mrs. King or Mrs. Salem. Hi, Mrs. Salem. So he's now saying, just in case anybody would want to take correction. I mean, with this, people who know. So when they see them together, they will want to address the wife properly. Now they know. Now they know better that, okay, we now have to go and check his wife's name so we can give her a full name. And you know how people are particular about names? People are particular about names. Omission Wrong pronunciation. You know how big soup, hot soup, not big soup, hot soup. So people are particular about their names. So if they tell you their name is, my name is this, this, this. If they give you 3, give them the 3. So that's it. So he's saying, at least put her name there. And then my name is there. So he's not taking away his name, but her name, give it to her. Her first name, give it to her. And introduce her like that, or address her like that. All right. 0810951091. Let's see. Facebook. Reginald Enyang Uzi says, good evening, Lady Faustina. For me, I don't see anything wrong if people address him or by my surname. E.g., if I marry Lady Faustina and people address her as Mrs. Reginald or Mrs. Uzi, bearing in mind that Faustina's husband's name is Reginald Uzi, so there is nothing wrong. It as Mrs. Would you prefer? Which would you prefer?
Mrs. Elochukwu.
Okay, you don't want her to mention her name.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. I'm married to her. She's my wife.
Oh.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. What's your wife's name?
Favor.
So your preference is Mrs. Elochukwu?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a man's problem. Okay. Thank you. And that's it. So why would you prefer Mrs. Elochukwu only? Why not Mrs. Joy? I mean, she goes out there and someone asks her, what's your name, ma'am? Mrs. Elochukwu. Okay, it's fine, no problem, because your name is there. And even the second one, your name is not going to be taken away. So why not, my name is Mrs. Favor Elochukwu. Do you go about introducing yourself as I'm Mr. Elochukwu? I'm sure that you're going to introduce yourself as, I am Mr. Wanting Elochukwu. If Elochukwu is your first name, you're going to add your last name to it. If it's your last name, you're going to Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Okay. Thank you very much for your calls, messages, comments, and everything. But I've got to pave the way for the Global Sports Update show. And right after that, Kalo Mba is already here in the studio to take you on Reggae Melaitis. Do stay with us.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, waiting to talk to us. Oh yeah, how are you doing?
Well, I'm fine, Goddy. How are you doing too?
I'm very good. Nigeria?
Not any longer, Goddy. You know what is happening in the country now. I don't have money for ransom.
I remember in those good old days. Oh yeah, you'll be everywhere. Money to beat. Oh yeah, just naming the list is endless. But it is well.
Yeah.
Okay. This weekend, plenty of football everywhere you turn in the Nigerian Premier Football League. As we speak, it's match day 30, and I'm going to reel out the matches for this weekend. Bender Insurance against Kun Khalifa in Benin City. Barao FC of Kano will be hosting Abia Warriors. Air Academy Warriors against Katsina United. That is in Maiduguri. Eyimba Inaba will be hosting Plateau United. Bayelsa United in Yenegua will welcome Warri Wolves. Niger Tornadoes are somewhere outside of Mina. They'll be hosting Kano Pillars. Remo Stars against Nasra United in Ikene. Ikorodu City in Lagos on Monday. Kwara United will be playing in Abeokuta against Enugu Rangers. And Shooting Stars of Ibadan will be playing Wiki Tourists. Let's start by take so far after 29 games.
Goddy, I think in summary, for the first time, we are seeing a lot of traditional teams, for instance, Eyimba, Remo Stars, Kano Pillars, they are all struggling. And if care is not taken, this may be the first time that we have like 2 or 3 traditional teams or the so-called big teams going on relegation. Because as we are saying now, league winners, they are battling relegation. In fact, you can't believe it. They were beaten at home by Ikorodu City. The next home game, they came from behind to draw Kun Khalifa. And it's not really looking good. We thought it was one Kano and his management, but that has since been, there have been the sidelines. The government took over, brought Emmanuel Dodge from Cameroon, and it's not really working for Eyimba. The same thing with Remo Stars. They got Abdallah along the line. Nobody knew how Ogumodede left, but all of a sudden, we are not seeing him on the bench for Remo Stars. So they brought Usman Abdallah. Things are not working. But Kano Pillars are gradually, steadily moving out of relegation. So it has been a season where the big teams have, struggled. So you can't really say what is going to happen. Apart from Rivers United, who quickly overcame their struggles in the CAF Champions League, maybe because of the accumulated games, they are gradually showing that they may retain the league title.
Well, I'm very impressed with Rivers United, at least at home. On the continent, it wasn't a good outing. Of course, we all know that. But Fidelis Ilechukwu came back from national team assignments, and the Rangers are second on the table, as it were. What is Fidelis always bringing to the table?
Yeah, I think you should also give credit to his head coach. Fidelis is a technical advisor. I think that's the difference between Rangers and Remo Stars. Ogumodede was away just like Fidelis Ilechukwu, but the absence of Ilechukwu did not really affect Rangers International. So, and if you have observed, during post-match, I think Fidelis has allowed his head coach, that's Kenneth Ilechukwu, to have his way with the post-match. So it shows that he has confidence in his head coach, and the head coach has not disappointed. But since Ogumodede has been away, it has affected Remo Stars somehow, because they signed some players. Yet they lost some players. Their captain went to Iraq, and some players like Alimi, went on greener pasture to North Africa. But they still got quality. They signed some players, some international players too. So I think for top clubs, the head coach should be, the assistant coach should be as good as the head coach. For instance, there was a time Mikel Arteta was assistant to Pep Guardiola. So you could see the quality between the two coaches. I mean, in the hierarchy, the head coach and assistant coach. So I think that's the difference. Ilechukwu knew that he has a very competent head coach, and anytime he came back, it's just like the icing on the cake for the team. So his absence really did not affect the team. That should be the way going forward.
Okay, let me make you a prophet. At the bottom of the table, Eyimba, number 17, 33 points. Kwara United, 32 points in 18th position. Number 19, you have Kun Khalifa, 32 points. The last team on the table, defending champions, Remo Stars, 30 points. Will Remo survive relegation?
It's looking difficult, Dodi. They have lost 17 matches this season. Not too good for a team that won. I understand that sometimes the pressure, sometimes a team in transition, you've lost key players, but for the pedigree of the owner of the club, we thought that the team should be doing better than this. And for Kwara United, I think they are the architect of their own misfortune. The team were playing. They were playing a game at home against Rivers United. It was 1-1, and there was still enough time for them to win the game. But the fans took laws into their hands and caused a car problem. They were subsequently banished. I think they're going to be playing their games now at the Mobilize Johnson Arena.
Yeah.
But that has not helped them. But although you could say that they went to Casino and they got a victory, maybe when they played the next home game, that could help them. The points away maybe should somehow help them gradually avoid relegation. But for Kun Khalifa, you know what happened, money issues. It's not easy for privately owned clubs in this country. That's why a lot of us are praying that Remo Stars should not go on relegation. It's not easy. They are going to spend between 600 to 700 million naira in a season. So a private club that is solely financed by one person, I think that's too much. So I don't know how they're going to do it. They still have a game that they didn't honor against Ekalem in Maiduguri. So eventually, if they honor that game, don't know what is going to happen. But it's not really looking good for these four teams that you mentioned. So for Remo Stars, I think their situation is even worse. 17 games that they have lost. and it's not looking good. They are not picking points away from home. The first match they won in a long time at home was the first time they went back to Kenya, and that was the match against, I think, Wiki Torres that they won 2 weeks ago. So
yes,
let's see how it goes, but it's really not looking good for them.
Okay, let's look at the marksmen. Uche Collins of Katsina United has been declared a war by the management of the club. We also have Godwin Obaje of Rangers, 10 goals apiece. Where are our strikers?
God is a big problem. You know, when they declare players a war in the MPFL, I cringe. Sometimes I laugh because, God, you know how these things are constructed. And, you know the game. You and Bisoto, you have covered the league. When they declare players award, the next thing is that you see that player training with the club in Europe.
Yes, sir.
A certain player in Trabzonspor. So the player was seen training with a club in Israel. So we have had these stories time and time again. So when they declare players missing, I think it's just, if for a government-owned club, it's just to deceive the government. Everybody they know where the player has come to. So we are not going to be deceived by that stunt. For Godwin Obaje, he's a veteran striker.
Yeah.
But I think it should worry all of us, the Nigerian Football Federation, MPFL, stakeholders, that our strikers are no longer. There was a time that Ufonodo in 2013-2014 season, if I'm not mistaken, scored 23 goals. Ahmed Musa, before he left for Europe, scored 18 goals. Here we are with a few match days remaining. Our strikers are struggling to get to the double digits. So this should be a problem for all of us. What are the reasons? Is it fatigue? Is it that officiating in the way games are becoming too one-sided? Are the outcomes becoming predictable? These are the things that all of us should see that, including the technical department of the NFL, because the league is very crucial to all of us. The MPFL, even the clubs themselves, and look at the reason why we are not scoring goals. Our strikers are not scoring goals. That's the reason why Rivers United did not go far. We kept on saying it. They were winning matches 1-0. Even when they play away, they get a draw. Yes, they are very tight. I think they consider the least number of goals in the Premier League, but they are not scoring goals. So if you are not scoring goals, there's no way you're going to go far on the continent. So it's a big issue that all of us should come together and see how we can ameliorate this issue.
Okay, as we go, Oye, the winner of the league gets 200 million. That's good enough incentive.
Not good enough, but like they say in local balance, at all. After all, the Kwara United that won the President Federation, is that what they call it now?
Yes.
They have not received their money since last year, and the NFF are saying they are going to sanction teams that refuse to honor their matches 1 million. So the question is, these teams that they are going to sanction, where are they going to get the money from? Okay, if I'm going to compete, if I have a club, I want my club to compete in the FA Cup. How much are we going to make? That will determine how much I'm going to pump into the club. So it's business. It's business. So 200 million, yes, we will say it's okay. At all, it's better than nothing. But I think we should do better. According to the chairman of Ekodu City, he says he spends between 600 and 700 million every season to run the club. So if you are getting 200 million, then you have a deficit of 500 million. And gate takings are not encouraging. The politicians are demarcating the league. So if the Eagles are playing and politicians throw the gates open, that gives fans sense of entitlement. So if you are not going to pay to watch one of the best strikers in the world now in Victor Osimhen, why will you want to pay to watch the league? So those are the issues.
Oyewuchi Achiko, thank you so very much for your time.
Always a pleasure, God. Always a pleasure.
God bless you. Where are you at this weekend? Are you in Benin City? Insurance are playing Kon Califat. If you are in Kano, it's Barao against Abia Warriors. In Maiduguri, it's El Kanami Warriors against Katsina United. In Aba, struggling Elephants are taking on Plateau United. In Yenegua, it's Bayelsa against Warri Wolves. Niger Tornadoes against Kano Pillars. Remo Stars, Ikene, they are back home in Ikene, playing Nasara United with their supporters praying fervently. You have Kwara United who will be taking on Rangers in Lagos, Nigeria. And of course, you have Shooting Stars against Wiki Tourists. These are the big games. And the game of the weekend for me, I'm not looking beyond Eyimba against Plateau United. The coach of Plateau United is Benga Gubote. They call him the Oracle. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. Don't allow this weekend to weaken you. Keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness.
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Right.
Welcome to flight 002.
Ever living, ever faithful. I will say Ja. Right above on 95.1 FM. Right here in Port Harcourt town. Are we the root boy, the man them call Mbakalo on this section. I will say on this console, we must come and say a reggae music come in a grand style. Remember, I must tell you, so we are going on 95.1 FM. This is Reggae Milites. Me I tell ya, Babylon wall must have fall today. You will have on all of them place here be make sure you are chan Babylon. And we step above on this station. First and foremost, we say thanks and praises to Jah Almighty, who make it everything nice upon this surface of them earth. Despite them fighting all over the place in the world, we are say, Jah, have mercy for your people. Them say them no know what them I do. Jah, we are say I do a day a good Friday for them place. Babylon world, most of all, me fans, enough of them place unu day unu be. Make sure you are tuning in on 95.1 FM. You will have them. This is Milites on this reggae show. And we come Babylon Master Chant Man. Man, me, I tell you that today, right now, this is Jamaica versus Niger reggae. Sit back and you hear them Jamaica and Niger reggae. Everything I want here. Tell I, you will offer them who love the Fiabem East station. Big up, and we must come. 95. Eguma Stanley. We say happy birthday, Eguma Stanley, the coach for them people, one-time Rivers United coach, and one-time Enyimba football coach, one time this, one time that. The man say, Jah blessings upon him today, and Jah must guide there, I do them sports work, all of them place. Tomorrow at Obiakpo, All Stars football field in Lady of Lords, formerly Akpo Grammar School. This brethren, them have them birthday. Come there, watch a total football, a celebration for them people. This one, me, I say right abo, I come from the man them call Alexi Hekweme, the chairman of Obiakpo All Stars. A very good man. Him say tomorrow, come have fun and see football to them highest place. Right now, we must celebrate our celebrant today. This I want to come for them if you are ordinary happy. On 95.1 FM, Today FM right about in Port Harcourt. Remember, we are say Jamaica versus Niger reggae, and we are step on this one them called Raskimono. Somebody last week say, me, I repeat this song for him because him I love this song, and I know the man me fans, all of them listening. This is what we want.
Then definition but without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges. Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system as a result of invasion of Staphylococcus bacteria into the body system. Staphylococcal bacteria are of three different important ones. There is Staphylococcus saprophyticus, there is Staphylococcus aureus, and Staphylococcus epidermidis. Staphylococcus epidermidis is seen on body layers, that is on the skin. It doesn't cause any challenge if immunity is not compromised. But if immunity is compromised, it can result to skin challenges like boils, blisters, and other problems. Staphylococcus saprophyticus can be found easily in the alimentary canal. But if there is no challenge or immunity being compromised, it can live with the body system without causing any problem. The last one, which do attack the body system of human beings, is Staphylococcus aureus. When Staphylococcus aureus is allowed to thrive, whether as a result of immunity being compromised, definitely it is possible for it to pose a serious challenge to the body system. Many things can lower the immunity, part of which can be infections that have stayed too long in the body system, can also lower body's immunity. Malnutrition can lower body's immunity, and at times stress, starvation, and other things can make immunity to become very lowered to the extent that organisms that are able to live in the body system without causing any challenge will now start posing challenge to the body system. Don't forget that drug abuse also have a lot to play under this condition. And when staphylococcal infections are able to thrive in the body system, there can be burning sensation that will be seen as internal heat. There can be serious night sweat that can start draining the body system, and you discover that you start emaciating, you start losing weight. It is possible, as you have lost volumes of water, to affect the blood volume. As a man, the ability of a man to satisfy his woman will disappear from that. When infections are able to thrive in the body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection let them know.
Didi Santos.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. And the headlines? Nigerian Senate leadership to engage IMF on economic outlook and reforms. NUC reconstitutes committee on degree meals to tackle illegal universities across Nigeria. Rivers High Court sentences 3 to death over murder of pharmacist. On the foreign scene, Sri Lanka repatriates remains of 84 Iranian sailors killed in frigate sinking. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. The leadership of the Nigerian Senate is set to hold a high-level meeting with officials of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, as part of discussions on the country's economic outlook and ongoing reform programs under President Bola Tinubu. The engagement reforms forms part of the IMF's Article 4 consultation with Nigeria, a routine assessment of the nation's economic policies and financial stability. Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin, disclosed that the consultation exercise is scheduled to run from March 4 to March 17, 2026, during which the IMF team will meet with key government institutions. The IMF also requested a high-level interaction with Senate leadership to discuss Nigeria's economic management framework and the reform agenda being pursued by the federal government. The meeting is expected to provide lawmakers with deeper insights into the government's economic policies, while creating a platform for dialogue with IMF officials on potential support for ongoing fiscal and monetary reforms. The consultation is part of the fund's regular engagement with member countries to evaluate economic performance and policy direction. The House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee investigating the performance and benefits of concessionaire-operated ports has threatened to invoke its constitutional powers to compel government agencies to appear before it. The committee warned that failure by some agencies to honor its invitations could hinder its ongoing probe into port concession agreements. The chairman of the committee, Kolawale Akinlayo, while addressing newsmen in Abuja, criticized the attitude of several ministries, departments and agency NDAs towards the investigation. He specifically warned the leadership of the Nigerian Port Authority, Nigeria Customs Service and the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission to treat the invitation as a final opportunity to appear before the panel and submit the required documents. The committee was inaugurated on February 3, 2026 by the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas, to examine concession agreements entered into between 2006 and 2025. Akinlayo said the committee was established in response to growing national concern over the management, transparency and value of concession arrangements involving critical public assets such as seaports, airports, terminals and jetties. He warned that the committee's patience had been exhausted and stressed that it would not tolerate contempt of Parliament. The National Universities Commission, NUC, has unveiled a reconstituted committee on degree mills to strengthen efforts to curb the proliferation of illegal universities within the Nigerian university system. The committee was inaugurated by the NUC Executive Secretary, Abdullahi Ribadu, who emphasized the need to protect the credibility of university education in the country. Ribadu said the committee reinforces the Commission's commitment to tackling activities that undermine the quality and integrity of university degrees. The committee is chaired by the NUC Director of Inspection and Monitoring, Justina Emerule, with members drawn from key directorates of the Commission. Its mandate includes identifying and investigating suspected degree mills, gathering evidence for prosecution, and verifying claims of affiliation with local or foreign universities. In addition, the committee will collaborate with security and anti-corruption agencies, including the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, Department of State Services, Nigeria Police Force, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps to shut down illegal institutions and prosecute offenders. The NUC also stated that the committee will lead public sensitization campaigns and make policy recommendations to strengthen regulatory responses against the operations of illegal universities across the country. Meanwhile, the Council of Legal Education has released a list of 114 universities approved to run law programs in Nigeria, warning that only institutions on the list are authorized to admit students into the Bachelor of Laws LLB degree. In a circular by the Council Secretary and Director of Administration, Aderonke Osho, and the Council said the approval applies strictly to the listed universities and cautioned that any university running a law program without the Council's approval would face sanctions. It stressed that institutions operating outside the regulatory framework would be acting in violation of the rules guiding legal education in the country. The Council further warned that students admitted into unapproved law programs would not be eligible for admission into the Nigeria Law School, the mandatory institution responsible for professional legal training in Nigeria. The Council added that it would continue to update the list of approved universities in line with its mandate to regulate and maintain standards in legal education across Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has directed banks to deny certain banking services and additional credit facilities to large borrowers with non-performing loans as part of efforts to strengthen credit discipline in the banking sector. According to a letter signed by the Director of Banking Supervision, Olubukola Akinwumi, borrowers whose loan facilities have been classified as non-performing and recorded in the credit risk management system or any licensed private credit bureau will no longer be eligible to obtain additional credit from banks. The Apex Bank said the measure aims to reduce the risk posed by large borrowers whose loan defaults could threaten the stability of the financial system. It stated that such borrowers would also be denied banking instruments including letters of credit, bankers' confirmations, performance bonds, and advance payment guarantees. The restrictions apply to borrowers classified as large-ticket obligors under the Prudential Guidelines for Deposit Money Banks. The CBN also directed banks to obtain additional realizable collateral from affected borrowers to secure existing loan exposures, noting that determinations will rely on data captured in the credit risk management system and reports from licensed credit bureaus. The directive reinforces an earlier circular issued by the Apex Bank in June 2024, barring loan defaulters from accessing new credit facilities within the banking system amid concerns over rising bad loans. Justice Peter Lifu of the Federal High Court Abuja has fixed April 1 for the fresh arraignment of former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido over an alleged 1.3 billion naira corruption charge filed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Lamido is expected to be arraigned alongside his two sons, Aminu and Mustafa, who are accused of committing the alleged fraud with their father through a fixtures contract award. The new date was fixed after Lamido and his sons failed to appear in court for their scheduled arraignment. Their counsel, Joe Aggie, apologized for their absence, explaining that information about the trial was received late and the defendants, who reside in Kano State, could not make the trip to Abuja due to the short notice, but assured the court that they would appear on the adjourned date. However, counsel to the EFCC, Chile Okuruma, expressed surprise at the absence of the defendants, noting that they had been duly served with trial notice. Justice Lifu described the EFCC's request as an administrative matter to be decided by the Chief Judge and subsequently adjourned the case to April 1 for arraignment. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. A River State High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has convicted and sentenced 3 people, including Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barry Sanga, to death by hanging. The court, presided over by Justice Augusta Chukwu, also convicted Loveday Lega to life imprisonment for belonging to a secret cult group whose activities led to the murder of a pharmacist, Mwenalu Sunday, from Zakbo community in Kana local government area. Justice Chukwu convicted and sentenced Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barry Sanga to death by hanging for conspiracy, cultism, kidnapping, and murder of pharmacist Mwenalu Sunday, an incident which happened on the 5th of March 2019 in Zakbo community. Justice Chukwu, in her judgment, held that the prosecution proved its case of conspiracy, cultism, kidnapping, and murder against Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barry Sanga, and that of cultism against Loveday Lega. The judge ruled that with confessional statements and evidence before the court, the suspects, who are members of Iceland's secret cult, actually conspired, kidnapped, and murdered their victim, severed his head and other sensitive organs, and dumped his remains in a pit, while the head was taken to their shrine in a bush in a neighboring community. She held that while Loveday Lega should spend his entire life in prison, Confidence Kirine, popularly called General Ila, Precious Mona, and Sonia Barry Sanga, should be hanged on their neck until they are confirmed dead. Today FM correspondent reports that while counsel to the convicts declined comments on the judgment, the prosecution counsel, Precious Odu, Chief State Counsel from the River State Ministry of Justice, commended the judge for a thorough job, which he described as a proof of justice to both the dead and the living.
4 count charges of conspiracy, kidnapping, cultism, and murder, wherein a pharmacist was kidnapped and subsequently killed at Zakpo community in Kana local government. The judgment today is really a good one. We commend the judge for a thorough work she did. It has been a hectic one from when we started to date. We really thank God that finally the matter came to an end. Sure, by now, if the dead also see, we've also seen what we have done on our part from the state, and that we have also fulfilled why we are called and also employed by River State government. And today, the judge, in its wisdom, has convicted the 4 defendants.
On her part, the wife of the deceased, Pretty Newa Sunday, expressed happiness over the judgment, saying it will make the soul of her late husband rest in peace.
It's my beloved husband. I love her so much, and he's loved me. They rip the thing, then be so, because they kill my husband without nothing, without experience. Say this thing and this thing the man do. They just kill the man like that, behead the man with remain 2 kids. And the thing who pay me is that I'm a sickler, and only my husband know how to carry me along. But today I'm become widow that are not planned to be a widow. My husband not sick, but I give glory to God today, who created heaven and the earth, and who created Sunday Mwenalo.
The River State Local Government Service Commission has commenced its pensioners verification exercise at 4 of the 8 designated centers in the state. The exercise is currently ongoing in Port Harcourt City Local Government, Degema, Ahoda East, and Eche Local Government areas. The Commission's chairman, Israel Amadi, urged pensioners to report to their respective centers in accordance with the messages they received. He noted that delays in releasing the verification report were due to incomplete bank account certifications, a challenge that is currently being addressed. Madi also revealed that biometric registration for active staff is nearly complete, but clarified that the Commission has not ordered a stoppage of salaries across the 23 local government councils and encouraged workers to exercise patience during the verification process. The statement further advised against protests by workers, warning that any disregard of the advice would be considered an affront to the Commission. The Secretary of the African Democratic Congress ADC Contact and Monitoring Committee, Chizi Enyi, has criticized the silence of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara over the reported attack on former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi. Speaking during the television program, Enyi said the governor's silence on the incident was doing more harm than good, considering his position as the chief security officer of the state. According to him, the state government's failure to clearly address the matter raises concerns about the security situation in Rivers State. He further noted that the ongoing political disagreement between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and Governor Fubara should not be allowed to affect security matters in the state. And one that residents may begin to hold Wike accountable for security-related issues if the situation persists, stressing that political differences should not undermine the safety of opposition figures. He also emphasized that protecting opposition voices and promoting political tolerance remain part of the responsibilities of the administration of President Bola Tinubu at the federal level.
Nigerians should tell President Tinubu that we are also part of this earth and we are also Nigerians. Protecting us is part of his duties as the president. People should also tell Sir Siminalayi Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, that his silence in Rivers State is constituting more harm than good to his governance. He is the governor, he is the governor. He should rise up to expectation to protect lives and properties. Because Wike is not in agreement with him does not mean we should hold Wike accountable in the governance of Rivers State. It's a no thing. Therefore, I'm calling on Nigerians to please rise up to expectation.
The Rivers State government has assigned portfolios to 5 newly sworn-in commissioners in a bid to strengthen governance and accelerate development across key sectors. The commissioners and their respective portfolios are Toyin Belgam as Commissioner for Special Projects, Professor Temple Nwofo for Works, Peter Swago for Education, Lekwe Kenneth for Finance and Budget, and Amaria Edward Hart for Urban Development and Physical Planning. The appointments are expected to enhance the effective implementation of government policies and programs across critical sectors, including infrastructure, education, finance, and urban development, supporting the state's broader development agenda. And on the foreign scene, Sri Lanka has commenced the repatriation of the remains of 84 Iranian sailors who were killed when their frigate Iris Dana was sunk 9 days ago in the Indian Ocean. The sailors died after the vessel was torpedoed on March 4 off the coast of Sri Lanka by a United States submarine in an incident linked to the widening Middle East conflict. A spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sri Lanka, Thosara Rodrigo, said all domestic procedures for the repatriation had been completed and that Iran had arranged a chartered aircraft to transport the remains. He added that 32 sailors who were rescued by Sri Lanka Navy would remain in Sri Lanka. Officials said the embalmed remains placed in sealed coffins would be flown out from Matala Rajapaksa International Airport in the south of the country. The first batch of 46 bodies had already arrived at the airport awaiting Iranian cargo aircraft. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Nigerian Senate leadership is set to engage IMF on the country's economic outlook and reforms. NUC has reconstituted a committee on degree mills to tackle illegal universities across the country. We told you that a Rivers State High Court has sentenced 3 people to death over the murder of a pharmacist from Zapo community in Kana, LGA. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Sri Lanka has commenced repatriation of the remains of 84 Iranian sailors killed in frigate sinking. And that's the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okori. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Follow us on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram and on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Hello and good evening once again. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. And it's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines in the world today. I am Faustina Oputu. In the headlines, South African troops crack down on illegal gold mining near Johannesburg. Niger protests EU call for release of former President Bazoum. U.S. Defense Secretary questions fitness of Iran's new supreme leader. 6 U.S. crew members killed in military aircraft crash in Iraq. Now the news in details. South African soldiers deployed to high crime areas have dismantled illegal gold mining operations in a community near Johannesburg this week, forcing some illegal miners to flee and abandon their equipment, according to authorities. Police and the army recovered various tools used by illegal miners, including generators and drilling machines, equipment documented by an Associated Press photographer on Thursday. Makeshift trenches with food supplies and utensils belonging to the miners were also dismantled, while clothing items were left behind after the miners fled the site in Randfontein, about 40 kilometers west of Johannesburg. The operations are part of a rare move by the government to deploy soldiers in some of the country's most crime-ridden areas, including the Western Cape Province, home to Cape Town, and Gauteng Province, the country's economic hub. With dozens of abandoned mine shafts lining the outskirts of Johannesburg, illegal mining is widespread as heavily armed crime syndicates and informed miners known as Zama-Zamas enter the shafts in search of leftover deposits of gold and other precious minerals. In less than a decade, the Tillaberi region in western Niger has become the bloody front line of a conflict between Niger and its neighbors against jihadist groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State group. Located along porous border areas between Niger and instability hit neighbors Mali and Burkina Faso, the region has become a place where jihadists operate freely. Despite coming to power through a 2023 coup promising to curb violence, Niger's military junta has struggled to contain fighters from the Islamic State and the Group for the Support of Islam and Muslims, Al-Qaeda's Sahel affiliate. Years after jihadis first arrived in 2017, the vast Tilaberi area had become, by 2025, the deadliest part of the central Sahel for civilians, according to the conflict monitor, ACLED. A Senegalese soldier has been killed and 6 others wounded in the Casamance region during operations aimed at destroying a cannabis field near the Gambia, the army said on Thursday. The incident occurred on Wednesday. The statement added that some of the attackers were also killed. Casamance, the southernmost region of Senegal, is almost separated from the rest of the country by the Gambia. Authorities accuse rebels in the region of illicit cannabis and timber trafficking and of seeking refuge in the Gambia or Guinea-Bissau. Niger's government summoned the European Union Chargé d'Affaires in Niamey, Nicoletta Avela, to protest a European Parliament resolution calling for the immediate release of detained former President Mohamed Bazoum. The Foreign Ministry handed an official protest letter to Avela condemning what it described as interference. Authorities also criticized what they called a paternalistic and condescending attitude. The European Parliament adopted a non-binding resolution with 524 votes in favor. It demands the release of Bazoum, who has been detained with his wife since July 2023 coup. His presidential term expires on April 2. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, is wounded and likely disfigured, United States Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Friday. Raising questions about Khamenei's ability to lead after nearly 2 weeks of U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran, Khamenei has not been seen publicly since his selection on Sunday by a clerical assembly. In a written statement read by a television presenter, Khamenei vowed to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and called on neighboring countries to shut down U.S. bases on their territory. An Iranian official said earlier that the newly appointed leader was only lightly injured and continued to operate. Cuban officials have held talks with the United States government to seek solutions to the blockade imposed by Washington, according to President Miguel Diaz-Canel. Diaz-Canel said no petroleum shipments had arrived on the island in the past 3 months, blaming the U.S. energy blockade. Critical oil shipments from Venezuela were halted after the U.S. attacked the South American country and abducted President Nicolas Maduro. Cuba's western region was hit by a massive blackout last week, leaving millions without electricity. The talks come days after U.S. President Donald Trump suggested that the White House might consider a friendly takeover of the Caribbean nation. Pakistan has bombed a fuel depot of a private airline Kam Air near Afghanistan's Kandahar airport, according to the Taliban, as tensions between the two neighbors escalate. The conflict began last month when Pakistan launched airstrikes inside Afghanistan, saying it targeted militant strongholds. Afghanistan described the strikes as a violation of sovereignty and responded with retaliatory attacks. Pakistan also carried out bombings in other areas, including the capital, Kabul, with women and children reportedly among those killed. Pakistan's military did not immediately respond to requests for comments. French President Emmanuel Macron has condemned the drone attack on Erbil that killed a French soldier, describing the incident as unacceptable. Macron said France's military engagement in the Gulf supports allies and does not justify attacks against French forces. He also stressed that France does not seek to be drawn into a broader regional war. Macron added that rising oil prices linked to the conflict with Iran should not influence sanctions policy towards Russia. The G7, which met earlier in the week, maintained a unified stance that sanctions against Russia should remain in place. All 6 crew members aboard U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft that crashed in western Iraq have been confirmed dead, according to the United States military. The aircraft crashed on Thursday in an incident involving another aircraft, although officials say it was not a result of hostile or friendly fire. The deaths add to 7 U.S. service members previously killed in operations against Iran, which began on February 28. A U.S. official told Reuters that the second aircraft involved also belonged to the KC-135 refueling fleet and landed safely. The United States has deployed a large number of aircraft to the Middle East as part of operations against Iran. The KC-135, built by Boeing in the 1950s and early 1960s, remains a key component of the U.S. military's aerial refueling capacity. The Israeli defense minister has warned that Lebanon will pay an increasing price in infrastructure damage in the ongoing war with Hezbollah, while the United Nations has urged both sides to agree to a ceasefire. Lebanon became involved in the conflict after Hezbollah, backed by Tehran, attacked Israel following the killing of Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei in U.S.-Israeli strikes. Israel destroyed a bridge over the Litani River between Zraria and Ter Falsey, according to state media. The Israeli army described the bridge as a key crossing used by Hezbollah to move forces between northern and southern Lebanon. The attack marks the first acknowledged strike on Lebanese public infrastructure since the start of the war. A record 280 political parties registered by Thursday's deadline to participate in Haiti's first general election in a decade. Members of the Collective of Haitian Actors for Development, an alternative organization, arrived at the headquarters of Haiti's Provisional Electoral Council, accompanied by a marching band. Party supporters celebrated as vuvuzelas sounded and members chanted in celebration. Another party to register was the AD Party Committed to Development, founded by Claude Joseph, who served as Prime Minister when President Jovenel Moïse was assassinated in July 2021. British-Nigerian boxer Anthony Joshua has reportedly become a resident of Dubai, even as some foreigners leave the United Arab Emirates amid rising regional tensions. Corporate filing cited by the Daily Mail lists Joshua as residing in Dubai. The move is believed to be motivated by tax advantages. Unlike the United Kingdom, Dubai does not impose income tax, making it attractive to high net worth individuals. Joshua's business interests are estimated at about $160 million, which could attract roughly $11 million in taxes in the UK. The UK Office for Budget Responsibility estimates that an additional 50,000 people could leave the country annually. And that story from the UK concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Priye Izogu of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. South African authorities have deployed troops to combat illegal gold mining around Johannesburg as the government intensifies efforts to curb criminal activities and environmental damage linked to the practice. We told you that Niger's military-led government has rejected a call by the European Union for the release of detained former President Mohamed Bazoum, describing the demand as interference in the country's internal affairs. You also heard that the United States Defense Secretary has raised concerns about the fitness and intentions of Iran's new supreme leader amid continuing tensions between Washington and Tehran over regional security issues. And finally, 6 United States crew members have been killed after a military aircraft crashed during operations in Iraq, with authorities saying an investigation is underway to determine the cause of the incident. Till same time next week, Monday, do have a lovely weekend. Thank you for listening. I am Faustina Uputu.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Lebanon has been hit with hundreds of Israeli strikes since the war between Israel and the Iran-backed group Hezbollah resumed 1 week ago. Caught in the middle are tens of thousands of African domestic workers, many who are trapped in the country's kafala system.
There are over 250,000 migrants, and the majority are like African. Many migrants escape from the home because they face a lot of abuse, and they are on the street. They have no documentation, they have no money, they have nowhere to go.
So as the conflict continues, they are unable to leave the country.
Most of consular don't open the door. They have to open their door and let their nationality in.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Joanna Keane. European leaders have criticised a decision by the United States to ease sanctions on Russian oil. Washington authorised the sale of some sanctioned Russian oil on Thursday in an attempt to rein in soaring energy prices caused by the US-Israeli war with Iran. The European Union says it's deeply concerned. Speaking alongside the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at a press conference in Paris, President Macron of France said the US move was not justified.
Aujourd'hui, la Russie croit peut-être que la guerre en Iran va lui offrir un répit.
Today, Russia may believe that the war in Iran will offer it respite. It is mistaken. At the G7 meeting I held 2 days ago, we reaffirmed that the context of rising oil prices must in no way lead to a review of our sanctions policy toward Russia. It's also strange to see Russia calling for a ceasefire in the Middle East, when it has stubbornly refused any ceasefire for over a year, despite the one repeatedly proposed by President Trump and others for Ukraine.
The massive bombardment of Iran is continuing, with explosions heard across Tehran. Iranian state television reported a major blast near where thousands of Iranians are taking part in a Quds Day rally, an annual march in support of Palestinians and opposing Israel. One person is reported to have been killed. Siavash Ardalan from BBC Persian reports.
Government supporters have turned out across Iran for Quds Day as the regime faces a battle for its survival. At least one person was reportedly killed in the strike near one rally in the capital. Videos show demonstrators waving their fists into the air in the direction of a plume of smoke arising from a bomb attack. Israel has taken the conflict to a new level by carrying out drone attacks from low altitudes against security forces situated around various checkpoints across Tehran, killing at least 10 members of the paramilitary Basij.
The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says America will carry out more strikes on Iran today than on any other day. He told journalists the U.S. and Israel had hit 15,000 targets since launching their campaign 2 weeks ago. He said Iran's leadership had been badly damaged.
Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured.
Asked about a deadly strike on an Iranian school on the first day of the war, Mr. Hegseth repeated that an investigation was taking place. The United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has travelled to Lebanon as Israel expands its airstrikes there. Mr. Guterres said he was visiting to express solidarity, saying the people of Lebanon had been dragged into the war against their will. World News from the BBC. Bolivian police say they've arrested a high-profile fugitive Uruguayan drug lord, Sebastian Marcet. He was detained in the early hours of the morning in the Bolivian city of Santa Cruz in an operation by special forces. Marcet is accused of leading an international drugs cartel known as the PCU, or First Uruguayan Cartel. He's one of the U.S. authorities' most wanted criminals. Cuba's president says that Cuban and American officials recently held talks concerning the U.S. energy blockade that's heaping pressure on the Caribbean nation. Miguel Diaz-Canel said they were aimed at finding solutions to bilateral differences. The U.S. is preventing deliveries of oil, leading to crippling shortages of electricity that have further constrained Cuba's struggling economy. India's Supreme Court has rejected a bid to make employers and colleges offer menstrual leave to working women and students. Some states and private companies already do this, and the court has asked to provide a nationwide policy, but the judges said this would make employers reluctant to hire women. A piano that belonged to John Lennon and was used to compose songs for the 1967 album Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band has become the most expensive piece of Beatles memorabilia ever sold. Justine Green reports.
I read the news today, oh boy.
A Day in the Life, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and a host of Beatles classics were composed by John Lennon on the upright piano, which went under the hammer at Christie's auction house in New York. The instrument was estimated to fetch between $400,000 and $600,000, but the final hammer price was $3.2 million. Items belonging to Sir Ringo's Starr also sold, along with photos, handwritten letters and signed postcards from Lennon and an affidavit filed by Sir Paul McCartney to break up the band.
Hello there and welcome. I'm Nkechi Obona in Nairobi with Focus on Africa, The Conversation. As the war across the Middle East continues, we turn our attention to Lebanon, which has been hit with hundreds of Israeli strikes over the past week. What has life been like for the tens of thousands of African domestic workers who live there? It's Friday, March 13th.
It is very terrifying. Every minute is evacuating announcements, and every day, every couple of hours. We've never seen like this and like it before.
That's Banchi Yumer. She is speaking to us from Beirut and tells us that she can hear the sounds of Israeli drones above her. Strikes have been happening pretty much daily since the war between Israel and the Iran-backed group Hezbollah resumed 1 week ago.
Yes, we can hear it day in, day out. So this is the daily life of like in Lebanon.
Banchi moved to Lebanon about a decade ago after leaving Ethiopia to look for work. She now runs an NGO which supports the rights of African migrants. She tells us that despite the conflict, thousands of African domestic workers are unable to leave the country because they work under Lebanon's kafala system. It is a legal framework that ties migrant workers' legal residency to their employers, so they cannot leave or change jobs without consent. There is also little protection for their rights.
Many migrants escape from the home because they face a lot of abuse and they are on the street. They have no documentation, they have no money, they have nowhere to go. It's impossible to leave.
So let's get into the conversation. Thank you so much, Banchi, for taking out time to join us. How has life been like since the fighting started? We hear drones are passing every other minute in Beirut.
Yes, we can hear it day in, day out with no rest. So this is the daily life of like in Lebanon. Every children, everyone who live in this country impacted by it. For us, it's very overwhelming, and we didn't have the resource to respond this emergency. Before even the Israeli government started the bombardment, we had over 2,500 family, thousands of people and waiting on our emergency assistance list. And it is overwhelming for us.
Right.
And we don't have the resource, we don't have the capacity to respond. And hundreds of people are coming, hundreds of people calling. Our phone hotline is exploding. A lot of people asking for help, asking for rescue, asking for shelter. It is very terrifying. Every minute is evacuating announcements, and every day, every couple of hours. It is very terrifying. We've never seen like this and like it before.
Now, Banchi, it's heartbreaking to hear that, some migrants who fled the war in Sudan or South Sudan, the conflict over there, to go to Lebanon, to work, to get a better life, are now faced with another level of crisis and insecurity. But talk us through what basic services are, like access to the internet, to water, to electricity, to food. Is that still flowing?
It depends on where they are. Some are stuck where the bombardment area, and inside several area, people also still on the streets because there is no shelter calls for migrants, also for the African refugee, the Sudanese, and are here and struggle as well. The trauma back home, worrying about their family, and also coming here and as well facing the same situation is very, very difficult and for everyone. No shelter for migrants, and only a couple of church open their door. The rest is like most community run shelters.
And Banchi, can you give us an idea of like how many African migrants in Lebanon or the ones you have come across? What's the community like?
There is no exact number for Ethiopian, but according to the General Security data in a couple of years, and there are over 250,000 migrants. And the majority are like African, but Sudanese refugee, I don't have the number, and thousands of are like displaced.
Give us an idea of the kinds of jobs that they are engaging in while in Lebanon.
Domestic worker job. The Sudanese refugee, they are a refugee, they don't work. They are a refugee, they're not allowed to work. But the migrants, domestic worker, they are working in housekeeping and work inside the house or in the company.
Now, you work with an NGO that helps, to fight for the rights of migrant workers. What have they been telling you? What has been their experience since this war broke out in the Middle East?
Everyone is terrified, and while like you can't even drop like something, and everyone is like traumatized. We don't have the psycho support even to deal to help the people who's traumatized from the bombing and seeing their home collapsing, seeing loved one dying, seeing loved one and injured, and everyone is traumatizing and hungry and angry as well because the Lebanese government is not helping and the country of origin is not helping. And the Ethiopian embassy, yes, it's opened the shelter, but the Filipino are helping, but the rest of African and governments or embassies is not helping. Also, the biggest challenge is when they are announcing the evacuation. It's after midnight, 2 a.m., 12 a.m. most of the time when everyone is fall asleep, and most migrants don't read and write Arabic, or don't have access for internet. They don't have phones.
When you hear these evacuation calls or these alarms requesting people to evacuate their communities, how easy is it to leave Lebanon at this moment?
Many migrants escape from the home because they face a lot of abuse and they're going through a lot of challenge in the home, and they are on the street. They have no documentation, they have no money, they have nowhere to go. It's impossible to leave for them.
Banchi, so at this moment, basically, people are trapped then? People are trapped in Lebanon?
Yes. So most of the African government, the African countries like Sierra Leone, Nigerian, Kenyan, or Madagascar, like Ethiopian, and I wish after they hear this, they need to consider to evacuate their citizen instead of pretend like their citizen is not in this country and they are here, they are hungry, they are unsafe, they are afraid of, scared with their children. And it will be a good time to evacuate their and our people to take back to Africa.
Now, Banchi, you mentioned earlier that some of these migrant workers escaped from their employer or the homes they were working as housekeepers and all of that. Can you tell us what the working conditions are like for these migrant workers?
And many of migrant workers who run away normally, who's been unpaid and who's been physically abused or sexual abused or starved, not having enough food. Many of them are like working like enslaved basically for many, many years, not being paid. And these are like the condition because no one here to help them. Most of consulates, they are not helpful. So when they don't have anywhere else to go, they have to go on the street, look for their community to survive.
And so, Banchi, before you founded the NGO, before you started working at the NGO, you were a migrant worker in Lebanon. Can you share your experience those years working as a domestic worker in Lebanon?
I lived the condition in the house without having enough food, and I wasn't have proper bedroom. I used to sleep on the balcony, outside of the balcony. No heater, no AC, winter and summer is very difficult. And sometimes I have to pay my own money to get clean water. I've been sent to work multiple house and giving as a gift by my recruitment agency to work his family members' house for free. As well as I wasn't getting paid for 6 months. And I faced many times sexual harassment from employers and family members, and I faced difficulty.
That must have been very hard, Banchi. I'm really very sorry that you had to go through that, but that must have been really very hard. Did you try to report to any authority or even your consulate?
Well, our embassy was now a little bit of change because of the new ambassador, but before they were the worst and no help. And also and most of migrant workers have no access for phone, no day off, like the door is locked, so you can't get out and just, go to the embassy to report.
That means you're basically living like a prisoner in your employer's house.
Yeah. Most of us have no day off. By the way, still, I don't know where my passport is. It's been like more than 13 years. So I wasn't able to go back home to visit my mom 12 years because I wasn't have passport. And until I get my passports. And so, it took me 12 years to visit my mom back home.
12
because they took
years.
My passport.
12 years. Okay, Banchi, before we delve into this a bit more, let's hear about how the kafala system works from Adam Kugo, the Deputy Director with the Middle East and North Africa Division at Human Rights Watch.
Well, the kafala system in Lebanon is similar to the kafala system, or the work sponsorship system as it's known, throughout most of the Middle East region. And what it is it's a series of laws, regulations, and customary practices that essentially regulate the presence of foreign workers in the country. So what it does is it essentially ties workers very directly to their employer and makes the worker almost completely reliant on the employer to ensure their legal status in the country and to ensure, that they are being adequately treated. And beyond that, if the employer mistreats them, doesn't pay wages, puts them in a situation that is abusive, either physically or a hostile work environment, there's really not much the worker can do. The authorities have a terrible record of following up and investigating cases of abuse. So these workers, they get stuck to an employer. They can't change jobs unless their employer agrees to it, right? So they don't have mobility. there's no mobility in the workforce. They can't just sort of, okay, if I don't like this employer, go to the next employer. That's not allowed. And sometimes, even their presence in the country is really under the control of their employer, right? So in a lot of situations, employers take their workers' travel documents and their passports, so they can't just, run to the airport, flee the country. Or, even if they do happen to have their documents, the employer can file a legal claim against them, which would make it impossible actually to leave the country until that's resolved. So because of that, workers are in a very, very intense atmosphere that is really just ripe for exploitation, and in its worst manifestations can amount to slavery.
This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Let's return to our conversation with Banchi. And so, Banchi, from the people you're interacting with and what you've seen on the ground, what kind of support would you say African migrant workers need at this point?
This point is like safe space, because many of them are like adopted the situation, gambling with their life and staying on the street at night, going back home and evacuating whenever the announcement is coming. It's not sustainable, it's not safe. So as it is, a safe space, safe shelter, most of consular don't open the door. They have to open their door and let their nationality and the most important thing is repatriation. Voluntary repatriation has to happen. We don't know what goes, the situation, and right now, we expected, the country of origin to help. As Lebanese people, they have their own problem to deal with, and most of them running for their life, and most of them are like vulnerable, like we are looking for a place to stay. And the people who's impacted should be repatriated, and country of origin need to look into this and find a safe space for our people, and also repatriate to the country.
From the people you've been speaking to, do you get a sense that African migrant workers want to return back to their home countries?
Many of them are want to go, but where will they go? How can they go? So many of them want to, looking for safe space, coming to us, asking where they can go.
Okay, Banchi, we read that 2 years ago, when there were several attacks in Lebanon, we got reports that employers fled and left their domestic workers at home. Some of them were locked up, some of them, their passports were taken away from them, and they couldn't even seek refuge or even flee the strikes in Lebanon 2 years ago. Is that the same case we're seeing now?
This time is a bit different, because everyone is like nowhere to be safe, and everyone is like, things happen quickly without anyone like prepared, and everyone is running for their life. Yes, we have a couple of incidents like this, cases like this, but it is more like everyone is displaced, including Lebanese people. In the future, and by looking at the data, still, it's very difficult time for us also to see like, and what is the situation for every individual person. And only I'm giving you some of the cases personally I've been receiving, and a couple of people I spoke to, but it's a lot of thousands of people who are coming and going, and still, I will be having a big challenge to tell you, like, this number of people or this amount of people. We have cases like this, but most of the time people are on the run, people running for their life. It is very difficult right now, like to see and to tell you, and to compare with the last year and what happened.
Right, Banchi, you've been able to, you've taken us through your journey from when you left Ethiopia and went to Lebanon and became a migrant worker, and, the entire treatment you went through. But I'm just trying to wrap my head around, how were you able to transition, first of all, to set yourself free from being a domestic worker, and then transition from that into working with an NGO that is now helping migrant workers? How were you able to do that?
So 2018, I left Lebanon to Canada. And since then, I've been living in Canada in and out, and I register the organization in there, and then also in Ethiopia. And so, been fundraising. We started it when I was here, and from our own salary, and by selling coffee, selling foods, and fundraising among our community. We started that way. Later on, when I left back in 2018 and grew to the organization, we started fundraising and public fundraising, and also grant to several feminist and Black feminist organization to assist our people.
So basically, you were able to escape from your employer and go to Canada, basically.
Refugee. And so I left as a refugee from Lebanon to Canada.
Okay. And give us a bit of a context here. First of all, we understand why
the past Ethiopian are coming and for like any other country because of pretty also misleading. Lebanon is a Christian country, and also you have day off, you have better life than other Gulf country. Many African migrants from two different Middle East country, but most Lebanon is attractive for many Ethiopian because it's a Christian country. That's what they've been told. And also, since 2022, Ethiopian government adopted new policy to send a large number of migrant workers to the Middle East. Lebanon is one of it. Even 2024, in the middle of bombardments, the Ethiopian government were sending migrant workers to Lebanon. So it is because of they coming from very rural area. Many of them did not know what's going on in Lebanon. Some have little information, some no information, and so a little bit of here and there, like I mentioned, even in Ethiopia, a lot of people are displaced and with what's going on in the country. And it's a lot of things contributing to Ethiopian coming in Lebanon.
Before I let you go, Banshee, what would you say to that migrant worker, especially the African migrant worker who is stuck in Lebanon? Is there hope for that person?
Well, the one who's planning to come, please don't come. The one who's here hanging, we're doing what we can. Be safe, keep yourself, not just the African, migrants, the Asian, everyone. And everyone, even the Lebanese people who are going through a hard time. And as we're living in this country, everyone is impacted. Be safe. We wish safe and well for Lebanon, so everyone can be safe and everyone can go home in a peaceful way.
Banshee, thank you so much for coming on the podcast and bravely sharing your experience and insights into the plight of African migrant workers in Lebanon. Thank you for your bravery. We really do appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Now, we reached out to the Ethiopian government to find out how they are helping their nationals in Lebanon. Here is what they told us. The government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, through its Consulate General in Beirut, is taking all necessary measures to ensure the safety and well-being of Ethiopian nationals affected by the conflicts in the Middle East, particularly those facing difficult conditions in Lebanon. Hotlines and communication channels have been established to provide timely information, guidance and assistance, allowing citizens to contact the consulate or local Ethiopian community representatives in cases of emergency or hardship. Moreover, shelters are also set up in collaboration with the Ethiopian community to provide appropriate assistance. At the same time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, is closely monitoring the situation to facilitate, if and when the need arises, safe and voluntary repatriation of Ethiopian citizens who wish to return home. And that's it today on Focus on Africa, The Conversation. We would love to get your thoughts on this episode. So drop us a message on WhatsApp. Our number is +44 78 42 61 77 66. Or find us on social media at BBC Africa. Or my handle at I am Nkechi Nna, and that's with double N. Our email address is focusonafrica at bbc.co.uk. Our producer for this episode was Caroline Kiambo. Our senior producer was Priya Sipi. Jonathan Mwangi was the technical producer. And our editors are Sama Murunga and Mariam Abdullah. We also filmed this episode, so if you'd like to watch it, check out BBC Africa on YouTube. We are there with an episode on Focus on Africa, The Conversation, every Saturday. I am Nkechi Obonna, and I'll see you next time.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
The voice of the people.